Hello?
Yo.
Oh, okay, I'm about to say I can't hear nothing. What's going on?
What's going on, Isaac?
Ain't nothing, man. Cooling.
I think I got it set up in record time. Check you out on the beach.
Oh, you see that?
Vacation time, huh?
Yeah, I needed one.
I hear you, man.
Still thought I'd check in with everybody.
I need to have me one of those.
Actually, this is where I'm from.
Oh, yeah.
A little different when you leave. You go home for a while and then you come back.
Nice.
You the only one here?
You're here.
Yeah, I'll try to be, man. Try to be.
What's up, Isaac? Grab.
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on, man? Night?
Winter. Is it too loud out here?
Yeah, it's pretty windy.
All right. Good to go. Hell no. To the no, no, no. Hell no. All right. What a beautiful Sunday. I'm sure the sun is out. I haven't seen it in days, but I know it's out there. At least I can tell from Isaac's screen. How are you today, Winter?
Meh.
Man.
Meh.
That was wasting time. May doesn't last forever. I know that much, though.
It doesn't. It's just all the mini snickets out this bitch, yeah.
Yeah. Good morning or afternoon, Ananya. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, very well. Man, Amar, how are you?
What's up, bro? Doing good, doing good. How you doing?
Oh, yeah. Qabalah. It sounds like I'm stalling just a bit. Well, you know, I'm making all these last minute posts. Like we talked about yesterday, my schedule, with it being so general, sometimes general includes very last minute, but it gets done.
Yeah. The pros and cons. The pros and cons.
Yeah, that's the con of it. Okay, I think I'm good to go. So, have any of you guys had a chance to read about Tiphareth?
Yes,
Beautiful.
there was so much in it. There was so much information in it to take
Hell
in.
yeah.
And I have so many questions which I will be
Yeah, boy.
asking.
I'm happy about that, most definitely. Miss Fortune wrote a good 30 pages on that sphere. So it seems. But there's a lot of information. This is the sphere of the higher self. And, you know, that's crucially important. The higher self, and also of sacrifice, and also of balance, unity, and beauty. It's the heart of the whole tree. It's the heart of our spiritual composition.
In Deborah also, this sacrifice was mentioned, and in
Indeed.
Tiphareth as well. I thought Deborah was the spirit of the sphere of sacrifice,
Oh
so it
no.
was a bit confusing.
Ibra is the spirit of slicing things up, especially things that are not needed.
Deborah kicked my ass.
Yeah. That's all Gabriel is about, ass kicking. Of course, that's because it severs. And in comparison, chesed is mercy. So Tiphareth would be the balance of those two. Knowing when this chapter in itself really reminds me how important it is to study instead of just taking people's word for shit. Because most of the time, people just hear words and phrases and just run with it. But this chapter really talked about sacrifice and its purpose in the occult. You know, a lot of people ask questions like, well, what should I sacrifice to this demon? When should I sacrifice? Before the ritual or after the ritual? Or, you know, what's the best sacrifice? Should I do food or this or that or a third? It's never about the stuff that you sacrifice. It's all about the intent, of course. And it shows us exactly what that means. It's the transmutation of your intent. Because energy is locked up inside of the form. That's what we learned about from Bina. Bina takes that energy and captures it into a form. So what we do when we sacrifice, we break the form so that the force can be released, you know? That's what the true purpose.
It can transmute into some other force.
Say that again? Yeah.
It can transmute into some other force, like energy never dies, energy always transforms.
Yes, precisely.
So I have a doubt in 32nd verse. It is mentioning that the visions we see from the inner eye and the voices we hear, they are not, they differ, they are different from the pure consciousness.
True.
But after that, whatever is written, I couldn't understand.
What did you understand about it?
It was quite enlightening to read that the psychic visions, that those voices that we hear or those visions we see are not actually consciousness in the pure form. The pure form is something else.
Mm-hmm.
Only this I got. The rest I didn't understand.
Right. And if you remember, this is what we talked about in the chapter on Chesed. Also, Chesed being the vision. Chesed being where you first start to get the seed of the vision. And that seed starts to take more shape in Tiphareth. And it takes full shape of illusion in Yesod. So most people who do see things in their psychic vision, they're seeing the realm of illusion, which is the lower astral plane, the etheric realm, which is Yesod. They see the illusion, and most people who don't have any training, they take it as that's what they're seeing, you know. For example, my cousin I've been working with a lot had a dream. He's been helping someone learn how to astral project, and in the dream, he noticed that somebody came to him as like this grizzly old man, like the Lemony Snicket's character dude. But he had a feeling that it was somebody that he knew. And you know, he was right on with this feeling. It was this female that he was teaching how to astral project. But she appeared to him as this grizzly old man. Clearly she doesn't look like that, but her energy manifested in that way, and he interpreted it as such. So most people would have seen that old man and been like, oh, I had a dream about an old man, that must mean XYZ. But you always want to go off of the emotions and the feeling and the impression of what you saw. That's what it actually means. So on 32, what you were talking about, specifically what she says is, therefore we hear voices with the inner ear and see visions with the inner eye, but they differ from ordinary psychic consciousness because they are not the direct representations of astral forms, but symbolic presentations of spiritual things in terms of astral consciousness. So just like dream interpretation, they're symbolic. This is a normal function of the subconscious mind, and it is very important that it should be thoroughly understood, for misconceptions on this point give rise to very serious problems and may even lead to mental unbalance. So a lot of people who don't understand these deeper principles, they take the illusions at face value and they go off believing what they saw as what it is, and that easily leads to people kind of going off the deep end, for lack of better words, which tends to be happening a lot lately.
It kind of reminds me of my own misinterpretations of the science I got, which I mentioned in our earlier talk. That
Yes.
I am probably getting wrong signs, and then you said maybe it's not the wrong sign, maybe it's the wrong interpretation. So maybe that's
Yes.
why. That actually hit me quite deep.
Yeah.
And then in the 74th verse,
Slow down, hold on. I'm trying to get my camera right. You already on question number 2. No, but I love it. I appreciate it. Give me just a second. Dokely.
74th verse.
74th verse. Indeed.
Some sort of method is mentioned here, which just like no matter how many times I reread this, it just doesn't get in.
What was it?
I don't know this whole para.
The whole thing of 74?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's work on 74 then. When the initiate is working on the tree, that is to say, is building up in his imagination the diagram of the tree of life in his aura, he formulates Tiphareth in his solar plexus between his abdomen and breast. So at this point, one of the things that we should be doing is visualizing in our meditation of the tree of life as around our body, right? Around our energetic structure, around our astral body. So all this time of just looking at the cover of this book, we should be superimposing this image over ourselves, right? With the tree of life in our chest, with Gibra and Chesed on our left arm and right arm, with Chakma and Bina on either side of our head, Kethra on top. We should be visualizing this as often, as frequently as possible. And so as we look at something subconsciously, is as we read, we begin to associate these energetic centers with our body. As above, so below, macrocosm, microcosm. So yeah, Tiphareth belongs to the solar plexus. All right. He formulates Tiphareth in the solar plexus between the abdomen and the breast. If he intends to work in the sphere of the sixth, oh, by the way, the very first thing she says in 74 is when the initiate is working on the tree. So that visualization in itself is working on the tree. So again, it's crucially important to be doing this even in just your idle time. When you think of the tree of life, you must think of it around your body. Okay, so if he intends to work in the sphere of the sixth Sephirah and concentrates the power in this center, he will find that he himself has suddenly become a spirit standing in the sun with the blazing photosphere all around him. So again, if you're doing this visualization, Tiphareth is going to be in your chest. And if you're visualizing this energetically and large, you're literally in the center of the sun, because Tiphareth is associated with the physical sun. I mean,
Yeah, I got possessed by Tiphareth last week. So like, yeah, taking it easy.
fun. Lots of love. Lots
Thank
of
you, man. I'll cue you all in that later. But I did walk out into the sun. All right, pretty naked. Yeah. Yeah, it's been interesting, man. It's been interesting.
It is one thing to formulate a Sephirah in one's aura, but it is quite another to find oneself right inside the Sephirah. Although one can receive the influence of a Sephirah by means of former operation, and it is good routine method for daily meditation, it is not until one has everted, as it were, turned clean inside out, so that the position is reversed, and instead of the sphere being inside one is inside the sphere, that one can work with the power of a Sephirah. It is this experience which is the culmination of the initiation of a Sephirah. So essentially what that part is saying, it's one thing to visualize the tree of life around you, and you'll notice naturally Tiphareth being in the center, your chest, you're inside of it. That's working with the tree as a whole, which is perfect. But when you're working with an individual sphere, you visualize yourself inside that sphere, just like you're inside Tiphareth. So if we're working on Chesed, you visualize yourself inside that part of yourself. So in a way, you kind of hold the image of it being all together, but also you being inside. Does that help to make sense?
Yeah. And what is it talking about? The position is reversed.
Yeah,
It's reversed.
it's reversed as far as, on one hand, your whole body is the tree, just like the cover of the book. But on the other hand, you'll be inside of the specific sphere that you're working with.
Okay.
That just for Tiphareth, it says, like, or is that a practice that we should do for every sphere?
Yeah, that would be for every sphere.
Okay.
Typically, you want to visualize the whole tree as yourself. But if you're working on one sphere and specifically, it helps you visualize yourself in the center of that sphere.
Okay.
Okay. And then in the 77th verse, there it is talking about that two spiritual experiences are part of Tiphareth: vision of harmony and vision of mystery, of crucifixion.
Yeah.
And the following paragraphs are also just explaining that only, but I just can't relate it. What is this? What is this? What are these two spiritual experiences in Tiphareth?
The two spiritual experiences of Tiphareth would be the vision of the harmony of things and the vision of the mysteries of crucifixion. So when we talk about the vision of the harmony of things, again, we're looking at Tiphareth as relation of the center of the tree. If you notice, all the paths lead to Tiphareth. It's the crux, it's the balance. It connects every sphere to each other, right? So that's the harmony of all things. That's why Tiphareth is called beauty. It's the beauty of harmony, not the beauty of something looking good. Then again, what is attractive to a human's eye is harmony, right? What's the word? One tooth symmetry, that type of thing. But as far as the mysteries of crucifixion, Tiphareth being the sun, it is represented by Christ, right? And we know, of course, the mystery of Christ is that he was crucified and rose again. So Tiphareth is the sphere of sacrifice, Christ's sacrifice for mankind. And what that symbolizes is the higher up the tree you are, it's pure force. At the bottom of the tree, it's pure form. Now, somewhere along the line, that force has to turn into form. It's encapsulated by form until it gets to the point where it's just form. But it's at Tiphareth that exclusive transformation happens. It's in Tiphareth that pure force starts to take a form. That's why we can see astral visions in Yesod. We're looking at when we're in Yesod on the lower astral plane, in your dreams and in your meditations and whatnot, the visions that you're seeing here are actually a reflection of what's going on in Tiphareth. And what's going on in Tiphareth is the transmutation of the energies above. So the energies above, you can catch a glimpse of them here, because this is where they first catch form. But most of us who see anything spiritual, we're looking from down here, we're looking upward. So we're seeing a shadow of a copy. So that's what it's talking about as far as the mystery of crucifixion. Not so much somebody dying on the cross, but it's at this crossroad that spirit is sacrificed into flesh. And that's the whole thing about Christianity and Christ dying on the cross. Fantastic. What's going on, Tisha? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Everything's all right. How about you?
Very well, very well. I could use a little bit more sleep, but other than that, perfect.
I feel you on that.
How you doing, Hecate? Miss Lilith.
Hi, what's up, you guys? Can you guys hear me?
A little bit.
Oh yeah, man. It's raining. I'm here in New York, bro, and I'm driving also, so you guys gonna have a hard time hearing me. But yeah, I just got in and I was just listening about the Tifara, about the crucifixion and sacrifice and all that. It's pretty interesting how the system works. So as you know, we were talking about Thursday that I was going to be working on breaking down more structural as well, which I'm working on that, trying to get some good information up there.
Yes. Hecate in New York.
Nah, man, it's raining here. It's gonna have that rain the whole Saturday and Sunday. So what can I tell you?
Yeah, I think all of us on the East Coast have this mysteriously weak. I don't know anything.
Yeah. What were you saying? I can hear you. I'm sorry.
No, I was just mentioning the hurricane, that's all.
Oh, okay.
Greetings, Zola Lewis. Greetings, Alchemy Gold. What's up, Smooth Shaddai? Framestar Films, peace, peace. Tree Marie, good to see you. New profile pic, I see. Lee Marie Davis, what's up, what's up? And they're like swimwear.
One more question.
Uh-oh. Let me get back upstairs first. Ananya, I can count on you to bring the heat. Thank you.
82nd verse. It's talking about pride.
82nd verse.
But it is saying that pride is wrong. And I was always confused, like all these past years, that is pride a good thing or a bad thing?
Mm-hmm. So as we know about the tree of life, each sphere has a virtue and a vice. The virtue is the strength. The vice is what happens when that virtue becomes overloaded and it begins to spill over. So beauty is the virtue of Tiphareth, and too much beauty can lead to pride, and this pride being more self-centered, right? Because Tiphareth is about sacrifice, it's about transmutation, it's about balance, and all those things deal with giving and expressing and looking out for the greater good. Now, if that turns inward and inverted, it becomes pride, and pride is all about selfishness, me, taking care of me. And once you start getting to that point, the energetic center of Tiphareth is overfilled, overloaded, and that means that energy has to spill out into the next sphere, and that's what creates Netzach.
But can't one can also take pride in what can be related to human terms as well, like in terms of human actions. Like one can be prideful about being giving too much to others.
Too much what?
Like sometimes I have this problem actually. Sometimes I like, oh, I'm such a giver. I get the feeling, oh, I'm such a giver, and wow, there's no one like me. I should be like, like prideful. I get that feeling sometimes, and then I'm like, oh, why I'm getting that shitty feeling.
Yeah, I guess taking pride in how much you're giving, how much that you're a giver. It can happen. It can happen, and that's not to say that it's a bad thing. It's actually expected. That's why it's talked about in this book. But the whole thing about Tiphareth is balance. You have to learn how to balance that. When you reach that state of emphasizing how much you give, why do you think that you do that? Do you think you do that because you're expecting something in return, or do you think that you should be acknowledged? Maybe
it's a selfish act in itself.
I mean, might admire itself, right?
Pride is always like, it's always a confusing point for me.
Yeah.
So it's not like that we have to get rid of the pride, but we have to balance it. That's what you meant?
Yeah, I wouldn't say get rid of mostly. I would say balance. Balance is a good way to put it, because you do need some level of, everything has to be present in balance. You do need some level of self-care, Too much sacrifice, there's nothing left. Because I'm all about that base.
Like when I was I moved and everything, and the more I threw away, the more shadows I could see. It was like I was throwing pieces of myself away. And it's I'm still trying to understand what exactly occurred, because I just did an uncrossing ritual for the past 2 weeks, and it was entirely chaotic, and ended up in the hospital because I did too many shrooms and had too much wine. And I pretty much embodied Tiphareth. Then I walked out naked in the middle of the neighborhood on shrooms, and went to a playground pretty much. And people were yelling at me you're naked and there's kids around. And I'm like, that's my child too. That's my child too. And I'm I really felt like I embodied an angel. I really felt like Jesus in this moment. And
Believe it.
I really wasn't registering anything. It felt so right. Yet I was screaming in the ambulance this virus isn't real. You guys look like ducks. Take those Walmart bags off of you. And I was cracking jokes one minute, and then the next I was trying to break out of handcuffs. Entirely too chaotic. caught a charge. Have to go to court. But needless to say, like, I feel way lighter. I really do. But it just immediately, I was in that sphere of Mars before, like, in my uncropping, and then did those shrooms, and then, like, fully embodied Tiphareth, and, like, had people praying for me and stuff. And I'm like, this is messing my ritual all up. Like, nobody else understood where I was coming from. But at the same time, it felt like I was, like, cutting off people who are unnecessary to me, or like giving those impressions to people, or like who are judging, you know, giving them what they think of me, pretty much, when it was completely opposite. So it's like I feel like I have to do another one. But yeah, like Tiphareth and Mars kicked my ass. Like, I want to do that again, but like in a more controlled way, because they fully took over my form. And yeah.
You sure you ain't been watching them Rogue Titan videos?
I certainly have.
I have been.
I don't know what this vibe is with being naked, but it's very hard to resist.
Is it? Wow. That's crazy.
You know how I picture this, and we did talk about this on Thursday, guys. Like, you know how you have like a lamp, or you have like I don't know, like a light bulb, and you see like the like, I don't know, like butterflies, or you get to see like mosquitoes or whatever flying around the light, and we get all crazy on that light. I think that's what really happened to her too.
Yeah, I was seeing like during the uncrossing,
analogy.
I was having like a lot of astral vision. I would see like butterflies in the corner of my eye, and like I was definitely led to like write down like a lot of different things, and I was pretty much everywhere. Like, there's a lot of force guiding me. And I came to realize it was like, I don't know if I owed a lot of my elemental spirits like their justice, their due. Because like I was thinking about selling mushrooms, and when it got closer to that point, like the more chaos broke out, you know. And they're just like, no, sell us, pretty much. Like, you fucking broke your promise. And I'm just like, okay, fuck that.
Wow.
I mean, because, you know, it doesn't always have to be the transgression. You know, sometimes practice embodying these things, like self-elevation says in the chat, the key is to embody Tiphareth daily, practically. Don't forget about Gibra. Don't want to be there too shroomed up. Entheogens is a technology. Proper guidance helps. So it's like the more that you practice being in a Tiphareth, in a Sephira, piece by piece, the more acclimated you become to that type of energy. Because, yeah, like we see, it's the very center, it's the heart of this whole tree. And if something isn't balanced, then something is going to get overflowed.
Yeah, I was in Gebera for a minute, and it felt like every little thing was kind of out to get me. But I was reading at the same time, and was just like, okay, I got to remember that it's like just my perception of it. Like, not everything's going to get me. And that kind of put it in perspective too about, you know, my past relationships, of how I had relationships with people who were too much in Gebera, and they were always ready to fight. And it's just like, I could imagine that I was that person. You know, I was like, all right, so I understand now that this person had too much Gebera. This is why things didn't work out. And it's like, literally, like every siren I heard, every, you know, car that passed by or something, somebody look at me too long, I was just like, what are they doing? Why are they looking at me? Just kind of like, okay, I need balance. Like, I was originally, you know, in Chisad, like really trying to, you know, embody expansion, but I guess it needed to be, you know, balanced out, as I was really trying to do more middle pillar. But yeah, like I said, just the Gebera force just kind of took me. It took me.
I don't know about you guys, but every time I started, actually, like if I start evoking or invoking, either with the tree of life, the Qabalah, or For I work with the Jesuit right now, but to be honest, every time I call entities, the first thing that I ask, like I ask myself, I know it's not that entity from the outside, but I'm saying like I ask is to have balance, to be neutral. Because things can happen, my friend, but that it's a good experience you had. I mean, I'm sorry you have to go through that whole court thing, but it's something that you actually teaching us as a lesson for us as well, not just you.
Oh yeah, it was
Yeah.
funny to me, especially coming off mushrooms. It was hilarious, and nobody else around me thought it was funny. And they're like trying to drive into my head, like, "No, you have to go to court." And I'm just like, "I know, but it was hilarious." Like I knew what I was doing. I'm like, "All right, this is like." It was good getting the learning experience in. Like, okay, so Qabalah is like real shit. Like, okay, I understand now. But what cost did I
It's a
put all of
cost,
this
yeah.
together? Just don't take shrooms, very potent shrooms with a whole bottle of wine in the middle of the neighborhood.
Ah, yeah, no, you blocked the connection of
Yeah.
the neurons. That's what you did. You blocked completely. That's why you got all
Okay.
hyperactive in there. Oh yeah.
Dog.
You disturb the connection between those neurons, bro. The dopamine, when we connect those dopamines, you
Uh-huh.
disturb them. You let them to be loose around. You just let them to be loose, and then the mushroom receptors came in. It took over the connection of those neurons. That's why you will be able to see all these enlightenments and all these excitement things that you had. But that was because those receptors took over. That's how mushrooms work.
I see.
And I also remember I was trying to get those mushrooms too, but I was like, I'm not gonna be, just like impulsive just to get them. I need to find out what they really do. And that's exactly what they do. They release the dopamine out of the way into your bloodstream. And then they take over your connection of those receptors. And of course, the beautiful enlightenment comes by. And now you add the wine at the top of that, which makes you more either hyperactive or slower. In your case, you reacted hyperactive too because you had those mushrooms. So yeah,
Ah,
that
okay.
you went happily ever after.
I really did. Holy shit. I
Yeah,
really felt like a fairy. Like when I stepped out into the sunlight, I was like, this is where I need to be. The sun, it's everything.
the sun is everything. Yes, because the fucking mushrooms receptors were taking over your neurons. You got happy. You got high. Those poor neurons were like, yeah, bitches, that's it. I'm happy.
And like when I got back, my mushrooms were missing. I don't know if the police came in to take it, but I had a
Somebody
cup that
stole
said
it.
release the Kraken. And I put that cup there next to my little dragon figurine, and I just dumped the mushrooms on the counter. And
Yo, isn't that better off for you to have teas and not eating directly those mushrooms, man? Because I hear that you have to have like a form of tea in a very low quantities first. If you start sucking those things in a very high quantity, and you have well, not and I don't know if you have or you might have an experience about those fellows, but when it becomes in high quantities and you go and you eat them directly, it's going to be giving you these anxieties. You know what I mean? Like I have a friend of mine, she was like, no, she's like, you don't understand, I tried them for the first time, she's like, and I had panic attacks, I went to the hospital. So now of course I have to dig it in what really happened into the brain, and this is how I learn it. But the deal is that if you're going to have this type of like you know uh, mushrooms like that, they recommend that you can have it as a small portions in teas instead of
yeah.
eating directly. Some people eating with pizza. They put it in a pizza, and that's what happened to my friend. She put it in a pizza and she started eating that, and she was all happy, and to the point that she ended up going to the hospital. Same story
Yeah.
as yours. But
Mhm.
she told me the best way for you to do it is for you to start having in a very small quantities and have it as a form of tea.
Yeah,
It's
I had
better
it
that
in
way.
capsules. I had it in like the quantity of like zero point 0.5 capsules, and I took about 4 of them, so I would say about 2 grams.
Yeah, once listen, you can have 0.0010000 whatever milligrams. It's just that when that goes into your bloodstream, you know that the receptors get in high quantity. They're capable to block your brain.
I
That's what
see.
it is.
Okay.
They just block your neurons, your neuron receptors. That's all that they do.
And the crazy part about this, like after all that, the next day when I came home, there were mushrooms all over the yard, like everywhere.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, they really hated being boxed up. Okay, that's cool. I learned my lesson.
Yeah. Now I understand the anatomy too.
Yeah.
Remember that. You have to understand what it does into your body before you even start getting into those babies. Eventually, you're going to have to learn how much milligrams or how much, you have to do milligrams. You're not going
Right.
to grams yet because it's too high as you already experienced. But if you
Mhm.
started with the milligrams, start experimenting with the small quantities on teas as a fluid first. Because
Right.
remember, the kidneys can release the toxins out of the body. So
Mhm.
if you have a very small quantity, your receptors are going to be adapted to it. Your
Yeah.
neurons are going to be adapted to it. And if it's too much toxin, they're going to release it to the bloodstream. And your bloodstream is going to be cleaning it into your kidneys, into your liver. And I guess you guys are going to have to figure that out more, a little bit of details. But at the end of the day, you have liquid and kidneys can detoxify more faster. If the brain doesn't want these toxins, kidneys can release them out. That's the safety part, that you can release them out with high quantities of water as well. Of course, water
Okay.
is the best friend. So yeah, that would not happen again.
Definitely.
Uh,
Oh man. It definitely felt like I was in a dream world. I was like, am I in the astral? Like, I had no idea if I dreamt all of that or if it happened in a dream. So it's just like, now I'm definitely back at Kether, and then like top of the tree is playing out my karma from that.
oh yeah. Mm. Very interesting. Very interesting how the brain works.
It
Very,
is.
very interesting. Yeah.
So, chapter 20, which is what we're on, and verse 33, really kind of reminded me of what it's like to do shrooms and how you experience a set of visions, you know, and when you come back, you're different because of those visions. You may not remember everything, but something is different. And I think that she really touches on this in this discussion of Tiphareth. Basically, she's saying that there are parts of you that have expanded once you reach these higher realms, but most people who don't have a strong library, they can't make sense of what they saw. You know, for example, I mentioned before, I did shrooms in like 2004 and I saw a lot of shit. I don't remember most of it, but it definitely changed my life. And in a way, it kind of traumatized me because I didn't want to do them anymore. So for like 20 years, close to 20 years, probably like 15 years, that's it, 15. I didn't want to do them again, but I got over that. And after doing them recently, with the extensive catalog and library of symbols and experiences that I've gathered, I was able to make sense of what I was seeing and put them in a proper order so that when I came back, I was able to recall what I saw and what I experienced because of the symbols that I've gathered.
Right.
And what she talks about here when dealing with Tiphareth, when you go beyond the astral plane and you touch on the higher self, you're exposed to certain experiences that go beyond thought and beyond psychic vision. You're now touching the realm of pure emotion. And if you don't, the beautiful thing she said about it is that higher self realm is like a light that shines. And you don't see the light. What you see is what reflects the light. Just like in this life, in this world here. I don't see this phone and this table and shit. I don't see the light. I see the reflection of the light off of these things. So likewise, when you're exposed to the higher self and that higher illumination, you don't see that illumination. You see what it reflects off of. So if you don't have a library, if you don't have a storehouse, if you don't have correspondences within, you can be exposed to the highest of the most high, but you're not going to be able to make any sense of it unless you got study and practice, experience and correspondence, which is why it's important to read the books and to do your own rituals, this, that, and the third.
Definitely. Like I said, I definitely felt that embodying of Tiphareth, like literally felt it around me. Like, okay, I'm going out in the sun. Everybody's gonna, it was that pride. It was more the pride aspect of it. Like, it's all gonna be okay. Nobody's gonna freak out. And I guess the holdover from living in the country and being, you know, so used to just going outside and nobody caring. It's just like, you're not here. You got a lot to learn. And I'm just like, fuck. Fuck. Definitely.
You're safe. You're alive.
Yeah. Whippy.
I think you made it out of this one pretty good.
Let's see how court goes.
You know, could be a lot worse.
It really could.
Pain
Could have been a dude who was naked at a playground and got the worst of it.
Nobody wants to see that.
Nobody wants to see that. I had the cops pretty entertained, so it's just like, okay.
Speak for yourself.
He had to chime in for that one.
Oh, and I forgot to mention, like, everybody in the ambulance looked like archetypes of people that were close to me. It's like the EMTs look like my doctor friend Kaya, my boyfriend's his best friend Wayne, and I was just, and like another guy looked like the principal of my high school. Like, everybody looked like these archetypes, and I'm just like, I'm asking them questions out of my mind. I'm like, how come you don't respect Black women, Whitley? What is it? And nobody's looking me in the eye. Like, everybody refused to look me directly in the eye. I felt like I was like talking directly to them with like different names, but like I definitely hit that astral ceiling of like, I was speaking directly to them. I don't know why they weren't looking at me in the eye. I guess it was like, I was being really too off my rockers, but like, I could tell that guy that I was like, how come you don't respect Black women? I could tell that I was really getting to him. And like, it was like, I don't know, man. It was quite the experience, to say the least.
And that's one thing. People, you know, they can easily try to write you off as crazy, but one odd thing that happens is you see right through the masks that people wear, and that's very uncomfortable for people, but they can easily play it off that, oh, you're just on something, you're just tripping, but you really do see through the veil of what people try to present. That's one thing that I remember also.
I remember they asked me, like, what's your name? I'm like, I'm the servant and the sentience. Like, what the fuck did I say?
Oh, man. You went too deep for him, way too deep. I'm the servant. They would put me under the deal.
Yeah, my mom's like, is it that occult stuff you're studying that's making you crazy? I'm gonna pray for you. I think she had like the pastor calling my phone or something. And I'm just like, you're messing up my ritual.
I've been to church in about 6 years.
What'd you say?
You've been to church in 6 years. We miss you.
We want your money. Come back.
We want your time. All right. So look, check it out. I gotta say this. Chapter 20, verse number 33. I'm gonna read it because there are words to be read. Those who are familiar with Kabbalistic terminology know that the first of the greater initiations is said to consist of the power to enjoy the knowledge and conversation of our holy guardian angel. How many of us have heard of that? This holy guardian angel, be it remembered, is really our own higher self. It is the prime characteristic of this higher mode of mentation that it consists neither in voices nor visions, but in pure consciousness.
Yikes.
It is an intensification of awareness. And from this quickening of the mind comes a peculiar power of insight and penetration, which is the nature of hyper-developed intuition. The higher consciousness is never psychic, but always intuitive, containing no sensory imagery. It is this absence of sensory imagery which tells the experienced initiate that he or she is on the level of the higher consciousness. How many of us have seen Dragon Ball Super when Goku finally hit that ultra instinct, right? He didn't have to see what they were going to do. He was in a pure state of intuition. I think that was a perfect example of what happened, or what happens when you start to reach this state of higher self of Tiphareth. As she said just now, it's not about having a psychic vision or hearing voices from the other side. That's all dealing with the realm of Yesod. That's still the lower astral plane. But when you really hit that higher self, when you really have that conversation and experience of the Holy Guardian Angel, you're in such a now, you're in such a knowing, you're in such a presence of the divine that reality is literally creating itself around you, that you're literally the center of existence. And you know that, you know when you're there. You know when you're there because you're not having to think about stuff or process stuff, or it comes to you, it all flows. It's perfect, it's balance, it's harmony.
So it comes off as a feeling or emotion?
It's
If
closer
not
to an
coming-
emotion. Yeah, it's closer to an emotion. And see, this illustrates why when we've got these four worlds of the Qabalah, the higher plane, the highest plane, Absolute, is fire, represented by wands. Right under that is the world of Bria, which is represented by cups. And cups is represented by emotion. And I always thought traditionally that emotions were kind of lower on the scale in comparison to mentality and mind. But in comparison to them four worlds, mind is under emotion. So what we start to learn is that intellect is actually lower on the scale than emotions. And that took me by surprise. But here, Dion Fortune kind of explains and backs that up. The realm of psychism, that's not only just visions, that's also your thought process, that's also conscious mind. And that is subordinate to raw emotion. That's why when you're doing your rituals, you don't just follow through with the script and go with emotions. You got to put your heart and soul into it. You got to put your emotion into it, because the emotion is the energy that propels it forward. And that's what really cements you to it.
Right.
I want to know the difference between intuition, psychic, and mystic. These three are different.
Indeed.
And I think in one of the verses, I don't know which one, it was mentioned that all are different. What's the difference?
Well, you said psychic, mystic, and what else?
Psychic, mystic, and intuition. Intuitive.
Okay. So intuition is more in that emotional realm. You kind of just you live in the now and you intuitively move, meaning you move not based on thinking about it first and processing it. It's not conscious mind. It's a state of oneness. It's a state of being in alignment, right? Just knowing what to say, right? I'm not thinking of what to say. Oh, what can I say next? And how's it going to sound right? And what's she going to think about it? No, that's not going to do it. Intuition is me coming from a place of trust, honesty, knowing. I know what I'm saying here, so I don't have to think about it. That's more intuition. Intuition can be described, really, but it can't be defined.
It's a flow.
Hmm?
Is it a flow? It's like,
Indeed. That's a description of that state, yes. Versus a mystic doesn't really deal in that realm of intuition. Mystic deals more in that realm of the psychic, which is dealing with the visions of the lower astral plane, of the sounds of the lower astral plane, of the symbols. Remember, we talked about those symbols that we see on the lower astral plane, but they're not really the force that's behind them. There's the symbol of the lower astral, and then there's a force behind that symbol Now that force is more of the truth. The symbol that's being apparent to you, that's illusion. So a mystic deals more in the realm of illusions. Hopefully they can decipher what they're seeing, but more often than not, they don't.
And psychic is same as mystic.
It's very similar. These terms kind of get flip-floppy and vague, but just in reference to what you asked, psychic and mystic are very similar. A psychic deals just like mystic in those realms of illusion. Psychic, you know, they're gonna be accessing what's going on in the lower astral to kind of tell what's going on with you. Now, it can be accurate if the psychic or the mystic can decode those symbols, but like I said, more often than not, people have a difficult time doing that. But tarot cards help. You know.
Yeah.
You feel me?
In the verse 76. Can you give me an example? Because I read it, but I can't relate it to any example. Then I couldn't understand it.
Okay, what verse was that?
76.
76. Hoogly doogly, let's see. Did I write a note of that? Yes, the warning. So why did I put that was a warning? Why not? We read it and see what it says. 76. Elemental operations are not, of course, performed in the sphere of Tiphareth, but it is essential that they should be controlled from the sphere of Tiphareth. If they are to remain white magic, they have to be controlled from the sphere of Tiphareth. If there is no such higher control, they will soon slide off black magic. It is said that at the fall, the four lower Sephiroth became detached from Tiphareth and were assimilated to the Qliphoth. When the elemental forces became detached from their spiritual principles and our concepts so that they became ends in themselves, even if no evil but merely experimentation is intended, a fall takes place and degeneration soon follows.
Ooh.
But when we clearly realize the spiritual principle behind all natural things, they are then in a state of innocence. To use a theological term with a definite connotation, they are unfallen, and we can safely work with them and advantageously develop them in our own natures, thus bringing about the unrepression and equilibrium so necessary to mental health. This correlation of the natural with spiritual, thus maintaining it unfallen and in a state of innocency, is a very important point in all practical workings in any form of magic. So essentially, she's talking here about working with the elementals. And the previous verse, she's talking about how the sun, how Tiphareth is the realm of the kings, the Goetic kings, as well as the angelic kings. And these particular kings are energies that are not to be mastered. But you're supposed to work in that sphere of the kings to kind of be as them so that you master the elementals below, right? Because below you've got the four spheres that correlate with the four elements. Welcome aboard, same old me. Thank you for joining. But she says that when you're working with these elemental forces without that kingship, without that authority, without that divinity and self-deification and apotheosis, without being initiated in the sphere of Tiphareth, when you're working with these elementals, no matter if it's just for curiosity or just to see if it works or I'm just trying it out, it's going to lead to corruption. Because the foundation, the intent isn't spiritual, it's carnal, which is why I'm recommending to read Initiation into Hermetics along with this, because initiation to Hermetics gradually guides you through this process so that you're coming from a spiritual perspective. If you're more often than not, if you haven't read Initiation to Hermetics or you haven't been trained by somebody who is advanced, you're going to end up corrupted and you're going to have to dig yourself out of it. That is, if you don't die or fuck yourself up. Good hands with Travis Magus, that's for sure. Speaking of which, she makes a lot of great references to how the sphere of the sun is also correlated with gold, and how gold is also the spirit of money, right? Spirit of currency. Even though we know that now the dollar isn't really backed by gold, things have changed. That doesn't really matter in spiritual sense. That's just something for people to get lost in discussion about. What does matter is that gold has always been used as the form of currency, current energy flow. It's always been used as a form of currency. So anything that is considered currency or money belongs to the sphere of sun. And how do you get currency? Currency is a representation of the energy that you've put out, right? When you go to work, you're putting out energy, and that energy is transformed and transmuted and sacrificed into money, gold. And we use that energy to go out and transform it into other things that we need to continue that cycle. That's a current. The same way that sunlight comes down and it feeds us energy, the same way that sunlight comes down and feeds the plants that we eat, or feeds the plants that the animals eat that we in turn eat. The same way that our bloodstream, you know, requires the sun and the vitamin D and all that good stuff. Everything belonging to the sphere of the sun is sustenance. It's giving, it's healing. The same way that all of the healing gods of every religion and pantheon belong to the sun.
Nice.
Money, chapter 44, verse 44. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna read 44 also to kind of supplement what I said. Actually, 42 really goes into it, but I'm gonna read 44 as well. Shit, fuck it. I'm gonna go to 42 first. 42 says, the symbol of the sun in the mineral kingdom is gold, pure and precious, which all nations have agreed in calling the metal of the sun and recognizing as the most precious metal and the basic unit of exchange. The part played by gold in the polity of nations far exceeds its intrinsic utility as a metal. It is moreover the one substance on earth which is incorruptible and untarnishable. It may be dulled by the accumulation of dirt upon its surface, but the metal itself, unlike silver or iron, undergoes no chemical change or decomposition, neither does water corrode it. Okay, and then also in number 44, verse number 44, she says, the sun is, above all things, the symbol of manifesting energy. It is sudden, unaccustomed gushes of solar spiritual energy that cause the divine inebriation of ecstasy. It is gold as the basis of money, which is the objective representative of externalized life force. So money is representative of externalized life force, meaning when you go to do your job and you work, that life force is transmuted into money. Or if you have a brilliant business idea that serves a lot of people, that idea is transmuted into money, right? For verily, money is life and life is money. Money is life and life is money. For without money, we can have no fullness of life. Check this out, pay attention. Life force manifesting on the physical plane as energy and on the mental plane as intelligence and knowledge can be transmuted by the appropriate alchemy into money, which is a token of the capacity or energy of someone. So that line right there is for entrepreneurs, right? Life force manifesting on the physical plane as energy and on the mental plane as intelligence and knowledge can be transmuted by the appropriate alchemy into money, meaning you can turn your intelligence and your knowledge into money through the proper alchemy, which is study and practice, right? Well, let's continue. Money is the symbol of human energy. by means of which we can store up or output of work hour by hour, receiving it back as wages at the end of the week, and spending it on necessities or saving it for the future use as we think fit. The gold which backs the notes is a symbol of human energy and is only earned by an expenditure of that energy. Though it may be the energy of a father or a husband transmitted through an heiress, yet nevertheless, it is the symbol of some human being's activity in some sphere, even if it be only the sphere of company promoting or burglary. Very powerful, because the way that you think of money correlates to how you think of life energy. If you find yourself constantly broke, you're not going to fix it by trying to get a better job. You're going to have to fix it by how you deal with your heart chakra, how you deal with your solar plexus, and how you circulate your life energy. If there's a blockage in that circulation, there's a blockage in your currency. So two ways to make money. It's either by direct output of life force, meaning you work hour by hour, or by information and intelligence and knowledge. That's the other way to make money. You can convert that intelligence knowledge into income through the proper alchemy. By those two ways are how you're going to increase your flow. But if you've always got negative thoughts, if you're always, talking about how they holding us down, holding us back, and we can't do this because they doing this, that, and the third, your blockage is preventing your currency from being a current. If you have a passion for something, if you love something, it is easy to make money, because if you love it, somebody else loves it. There's enough gold to go around for everybody. It's just that most people don't know how to connect what they love to their wallet.
Okay, I'm getting a very weird question right now. There are two metals. Gold and platinum, and both are chemically inert. But they only chose gold.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure platinum is new, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think they had platinum back in the old days. I might be wrong, but
It's a rare, but it's a rare. It's rarer than gold. That's why it's costlier. So maybe that's why. And gold is also yellowish, like the color of the sunlight is like the color of sun.
gold member.
Yellow, golden. And there are these people who are like, oh, I don't want money. Money is bad. And money is so bad. And then I see such people not making any money.
Yeah, they're everywhere. I used to be one of them.
Like they immediately get offended. Oh God, you're talking about making money. That's not spiritual.
Yeah.
You can't connect spirituality with money.
Because money isn't a thing. Money is an energy. And you, just like all energies that we're dealing with as occultists, as mages, and whatever we want to call ourselves, your attitude or perception of an energy determines how you can receive it and how you can utilize it. So if you got funky feelings about the energy of money, you're going to get a funky return on it,
Money is your energy. Money is your value. The value you are putting in a work you do.
Yes. You can either transform the energy that you put out into currency, or you can transform your intellect and your accumulated knowledge into currency. You pick one, but you can do it,
To work. Intellect or work. Okay.
Work hard or work smart.
They don't go together.
Well,
I thought that they go.
It's very difficult what they do. It's like a store.
No, you have to work smart, because I work 3 jobs, which means work hard. And this is what I am right now, where I work way too hard to give other people's monies. I work to have somebody else's dreams accomplished instead of mine. Now I study, which is knowledge, and I work hard. And I feel that I do have money, which I'm grateful for it, but it's not the way that I should be in my level of knowledge. I supposed to be higher at this point. So this is where I'm telling you guys, from a woman who works 3 jobs with education, to tell you this: you have to work smart. Hard can come along by you building your own things. That's the part of hard. But if you work for somebody else and make it harder for them to have that accomplished, it's kind of dumb. I'm sorry, but it is. So work
That's
smart,
why people in
work hard
management
for
make most of
yourself
the money.
if you want to build up. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. I have 3 jobs. 3. Hear me out, 3. And I don't have as much as I need to have what I wanted to have, but I am grateful, don't get me wrong, but I think at this point I should be in a better level, which you can build up. So smart, be smart.
I
Hey,
agree with what, sorry.
you were having some intense success with Magical Cash Book. And I know that also dealt with the realm of the sun. I don't know, maybe you can revisit those rituals and see if maybe something can shift around.
I agree with working smart, but I also wanted to point out living smart. Because when you're unconscious, you might be blessed, but you won't realize how blessed you are because you're busy chasing. You're trying to accumulate as much material, as much unnecessary stuff. Not that it's not necessary, but if it is up to the detriment of your like say your account, or that you have to then depend on other people, then you know that you're messing up the energy yourself, the energy of money. So one can say sometimes like, oh, with the level of intelligence I have, I'm supposed to be at a certain level. I'm not saying anybody in particular. This message is actually about myself, but it relates to what Veronica was saying, because working smart, yes, but also sometimes we as human beings, we have to realize living smart, not living above our means. Everybody deserves good things, but not living above our means. And most times, which is the issue that I have, is you have a lot of people that are dependent on you. And I know that these people, these individuals, yeah, they're also parts of me, but they were put into my life to see how well I can stand on my 2 feet, to be like, I come first. You notice you're doing a lot for people. We mentioned earlier about the pride of saying you did stuff for people, but sometimes you don't even want to talk about it, but they frustrate you to a point whereby you're about to be like, what am I supposed to do? Cut myself into pieces for y'all? Because everyone knows there's situations right now, especially during this time of a pandemic, if you're able to have money that people getting fired left, right, and center. If you're able to have money to feed yourself, get you all your bills paid, put a little bit aside and stretch forward onto family members, then I believe it's not until when you're flashing billions in front of the world that you should consider yourself as an accomplished individual. And what I heard someone tell me the other day, what you think because you do shit for us, you're God? But you have the potential as well. But when we're ready to talk about any other thing else to improve the entire maybe family or maybe relationships, consciousness, nobody's ready to listen. So sometimes, family members or friends or maybe anyone that you do something for in some sort of way, it just brings out that pride out of you unnecessarily. They take you there because they want to tell you, yeah, but I spent my time sending you to school and giving you this and that. And then now you feel, to make you feel guilty, that you're supposed to do something and then treat you that you're not doing it right because you think you're all that. Living beyond your means is, I think it's a way of insulting the creator. Like it's gluttony in some way.
But we can expend our extra expenses, like, which are not, if we are earning more than what we need, then we can like give it back in some sort of social work or something.
Even aside from that, sorry to interrupt you, but aside from that, I was even really like thinking recently that I've been changing diet and stuff, and then you're reading about stuff like, in initial stages, humans are breatharians. So you start really looking at it from a perspective of like, are you really hungry? Do you really need it to eat all of those things? Or were you just because you felt like it was dictated to you? When you start getting in tune with yourself as well. So sometimes it's like, I don't know. I try to be careful these days and I give a lot of gratitude because I'll be feeling like maybe I'm the one that doesn't have enough, like, oh, I need this and that. But the moment you have a few extra zeros in your account, you rush and buy a shoe, or you rush and buy this, but you had shoes before, or you had this and that before, or you have now I for example, for the diet, what I try to do is, instead of just taking like a mango as a complement to a dish, now I take like several fruits together and know that I'm actually eating, like there'll be watermelons, there'll be bananas, there'll be this and that. So like fruit itself is the meal. And sometimes I don't know, like I was saying on Thursday, each person a way of doing their own magic. But to me, that's my kind of way of showing the universe that I might not know where I'm going exactly. I know I'm on the way there and I'm putting baby steps of efforts forward and in hopes that I will be backed up. Because I'm trying.
It sounds like a conscious minimalism, like conscious minimalism.
Conscious minimalism. Realizing how blessed you are already.
That we are, definitely. I'm so
In a way,
grateful.
that's also a sacrifice. That's a sacrifice of the luxuries and really the illusions. And speaking of sacrifice, I want to read verse number 67, where she goes into the sacrifice aspect of Tiphareth, which is what we're dealing with here. In 67, she says, "We shall not understand Tiphareth aright unless we have some concept of the real meaning of sacrifice." And this also goes for ritual. People are like, what do I sacrifice for working with this spirit, or when should I sacrifice it, et cetera, et cetera. Most people are used to a straightforward answer, but it's not what people expect, right? It's not what you sacrifice. It's always the intent behind your sacrifice. So let's continue here. A concept of the real meaning of sacrifice, which is very different to the popular one, which conceives of it as the voluntary loss of something. So most people think sacrifice is the voluntary loss of something dear. Sacrifice is the translation of force from one form to another. There is no the total destruction of force. However, completely, it disappears from our ken. It maintains itself in some other form according to the great natural law of the conservation of energy, which is the law that maintains the universe in existence. Energy may be locked up in form and therefore static, or it may be free from its bondage to form and in circulation. When we make a sacrifice of any sort, we take a static form of energy, and by breaking up the form that imprisons it, we put it into free circulation in the cosmos. Check this out. That which we sacrifice in one form turns up again in due course in another form. Apply this concept to the religious and ethical ideas of sacrifice, and some very valuable clues are obtained. So, you can even apply that to like business investments. You transform your form of money and you convert it into a force of trust, of belief, of support into another business. And oftentimes that is converted and transformed into a return for you, which is why investors do what they do. That's a sacrifice, you know, a father and a mother sacrificing for their child. They're converting their love, right? They're transforming their energy of form, which may be to buy toys for the kid or whatever when there might not be enough money for what the parent might want. Or, you know, anyone who's a parent understands the different sacrifices that they make. That's a transformation of energy into a form, or a form into energy. But that's what sacrifice is. You've either got a form of something and you bust it up so that the energy can be released into the cosmos, and every cause has an effect. So every sacrifice you make must return. That's what we have to understand working with this magic. Every cause has an effect. Every single cause has an effect. If I throw this book across the room with an intention, I'm going to get an effect, period. Because energy must respond. It's not created, not destroyed.
Only for forces. I want to ask that it's only for forces that we are putting an intention into. Sometimes.
What about forces that we're putting attention into?
Like there are sometimes things we do which are not done with intention, like proper intention.
Well,
Like,
everything's done with intention. It may not be in your awareness.
yeah, like we are.
It's done for no reason.
Okay. Like we are unconsciously doing something, like it's always with an intention, even if we are not aware about it.
Right, because habits and patterns, when you started your habit and you started your pattern, it had an intent back then. You're just reflecting and repeating. You may not be aware of it today, but every single thing that is done hasn't helped. I wear black clothes every single day, and I have for the past 10 years or so. I may not think about it today, but a long time ago there was an intention behind it that's still echoing today. The simple fact that we have this reality we live in where we have to work and pay for electricity, and we got to pay for water, for crying out loud. We may not think about it, but there was an intent that started long ago. We have very short attention spans, so a lot of things are started that we quickly forget about, and we pay the price later on. But everything has an intent. The Qabalah tells us that, you know, chance is just another word for a law unrecognized. Nothing has no reason. Everything happens for a reason. The fact that I don't pick my nose on camera, you know what I'm saying? That's a habit that I've developed. What's the word? What do you call it when you're trained to be like polite, stuff like that? Etiquette? That's it. Etiquette. That's a habit pattern that was started with an intent. You don't think about etiquette. You don't, when someone sneezes and you say bless you, and in that moment you're not thinking about why you did it, but a long time ago your parents taught you to do it, or you picked it up from a TV show or something like that because you wanted to emulate the people you learn it from.
In our discussion long ago, I think it was Kether, I asked about multiple possibilities, like getting, like there are multiple possibilities in Kether, right, for an event to happen. So then you said that it will be discussed in Tiphareth.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in Tiphareth, only one of the possibilities manifest.
Okay. So Tiphareth is a prime possibility. Underneath Tiphareth is all the possibilities. You ever see the Egyptian hieroglyphs of Akhenaten and how he's got the sun with a million little hands reaching down? You ever seen that? Akhenaten is one of the pharaohs. He's got like that weird belly and the long head, and he's like reaching up, and the sun has a bunch of little hands reaching down.
Akhenaten.
Yes. Maybe I can show a picture that I've been waiting to show that I've shown before.
Yeah, I got this. This one, right? Is it clear?
Yeah. So look at that sun and look at all the different little hands reaching out to everyone. So that sun, Ra, wonderful revolutionary jazz musician, that sun, Ra, is life, the life giver. Now that sun is the ultimate reality of form. That's the ultimate form that our conscious mind can realize. After that, it gets kind of cloudy, kind of shady, kind of woo. That through, you see the Father through the Son. The Father is reflected through the Son, right? God is reflected through Christ in Christianity. What that means is like the sun and all of its symbolism, that's the highest that we can conceive of when we're thinking about God, the ultimate. Now, underneath that sun is every different possibility that can happen. We talk in quantum physics, talks about parallel universes and multiple realities. Well, all those multiple realities and parallel universes are stored in its own hard drive, which is Tiphareth. So if Tiphareth was the whole game console, everything underneath is the different games and storylines and side quests that you can pick and choose. But they all exist within Tiphareth. That's why there's nothing new under the sun, because every possibility is contained within this sphere. It is after this sphere of Tiphareth that we start reflecting and refracting and turning into different possibilities. But beyond Kepler going up, beyond Tiphareth going up, you start getting closer to a singularity. There isn't much randomness.
There's not much action.
Right, there isn't much action. But once you get to this Tiphareth sphere, energies start mixing and playing and fluctuating and reverberating, and everything's starting to move and to have different reactions, different possibilities. All that's happening beyond Tiphareth, moving downwards. She does mention that. She mentions that in one of these verses, honestly. Yeah. Hold on. As soon as she says something about the higher self. Oh yeah. Early on. So 26, I think it was. 26. Yeah, okay. Let's look at verse number 28 and also 29. And what's going on here is that Tiphareth is the soul. Now, we get the misconception that everyone has a singular soul, but there's less souls than there are incarnations. I'll just read it. Number 28. The central pillar of the tree is essentially the pillar of consciousness, just as the two side pillars are the pillars of active and passive powers. When considered microcosmically, that is to say from the point of view of psychology instead of cosmology, Kether, the divine spark around which the individualized being builds up, and when we say individualized, we mean the soul, Kether, must be regarded as the nucleus of consciousness rather than consciousness itself. Doth, the invisible Sephiroth, is also on the central pillar. Though strictly speaking, it will always belong to another plane to that on the tree which is being considered. For instance, as we are considering the tree microcosmically at the moment, Doth would be the point of contact with the macrocosm. It is not until we come to Tiphareth that we get clear-cut, individualized consciousness. Okay, now check out the next one. Tiphareth is the functional apex of the second triad of the tree, whose two basal angles consist of Gibara and Gijula. All right, so we get that part. That's the second triad. If you need a visual, we'd look into the back of the book and we'd see this part here, right? So, second triad. The bottom is Tiphareth. The left and the right is Gibara and Gijula. So this is where we have the soul. Underneath that, we have the individual human. We have the mind and we have the body. But we have the soul. And really the way it would look is like a pyramid. The tip would be here, and as it would expand outward, it would be thicker. So there's more souls than there are ultimate consciousness, and there's even more individualized minds and bodies than there are souls. If you can just kind of imagine a pyramid extending out like that. But all these individualized minds and bodies, they're up underneath the limited amount of souls. And those souls are up underneath ultimate reality. But yeah, that's the ethical triangle that we're talking about here. Let's continue. All right, so yeah. Tiphareth is the functional apex of the second triad on the tree, whose two basal angles consist of Gibara and Gijula, also known as Chesed. The second triad, emanating from the first triad of the three supernals, forms the evolving individuality or spiritual soul. It is this which endures and builds up throughout evolution. It is from this that the successive personalities, the units of incarnation, are emanated. Soul is what is reincarnated. The soul is what, not reincarnated, but accumulates experience from the reincarnations. So we've got the soul, and the soul is more permanent, more eternal as compared to the individual minds and bodies here on earth. When our bodies pass and our minds dissolve, it goes back to the soul that we belong to, and the experience is accumulated and stored there. And if reincarnation is necessary, it sends another body or another couple of bodies out throughout different time frames.
So a soul can have multiple bodies.
Well, your soul can. Right now, if you identify with your conscious mind and your body, then you're a puppet of your soul. But a lot of this is about recognizing existence as that soul. And that's a step-by-step process. That's a process of detaching from a lot of the things that we think that we are in this physical realm. You know, I think that I am my race. I think that I am my gender. I think that I am my name and my job. I think that I'm all these little perishable physical things that don't even exist really, right? Gender, yeah, that has a physical incarnation. Race, yeah, it has a description, right? Job and my role in society. Most of these things are, imaginary. They only relate to other people.
They're also transient.
Mm-hmm.
They're also transient.
Transient, exactly. Perfect word for that. Let's continue. It is, so the spiritual soul. It is this which endures and builds up throughout an evolution. It is from this that the successive personalities, the units of incarnation, are emanated, so they come out of the soul. It is into this that the active essence of experience is absorbed at the end of each incarnation, when the incarnating unit dissolves into dust and ether. So essentially it is the soul, which is eternal. Now the soul exists in a plane that is beyond the lower astral. It's up in the higher astral. It's beyond the higher astral. It's up in that range. The soul here in the center. That's why it's represented by Christ. Now, underneath it, we've got the astral plane and the physical plane. Now, as reality expresses itself down from force into form, it slowly starts to incarnate. But each one of these spheres come out of each other. So since spheres are below, they're all within Tiphareth, which means they all come out of Tiphareth. But just like there's different individual people on this planet, that's how many different lower spheres we have. Does that make sense? Because this represents mind and this represents body. And for every individual person, that's an individual mind and body, but they all belong inside of Tiphareth. None of us can escape the grasp or the reach of the sun. Likewise, none of these physical bodies or minds can escape the bounds of our soul.
True.
Sun card in Leo. We're also in Leo on a Sunday. Perfect timing. All right, let us continue. Wait, things are a little bit better when we're able to have a visual, so maybe this can help. Slam! Let the boys be boys. Old school. I've shown this picture a million times, but I think it's a really great illustration of what we're dealing with. As you can see, those the bubbles there in the center, right? Those big bubbles, that would represent Tiphareth. That would represent the soul. You feel me? That would represent the soul on the higher astral plane. Now, these little stringies below, those represent the individualized minds that incarnate into individual bodies. Now, the physical body has to exist in time. That means that one soul can incarnate in multiple people, multiple genders, multiple timelines throughout history. Time is an illusion. Time is only relevant to the physical plane and the lower astral plane. Once you start going up, time starts to not exist as much. But this is how the soul experiences time. It incarnates, it pushes through each individual mind and body. So it's very likely that many of us here belong to the same soul group, as they call it. And we're kind of collectively sharing our input. Now, as you go up higher planes, a lot of these soul groups even accumulate into larger masses of groups on their own. Now, I'm showing this because somebody in the chat said that they were confused about what I was saying here. So hopefully this visual can kind of help clear it up. Same old me. Let me know if that clears it up for you.
I actually thought it could be like
Believe it or not, like in the universe. Like, you know how we have multiple universe, multiple galaxies, in other words.
So they say. Yeah.
Huh. It's kind of cool.
And this thing is mentioned in all books, these soul groups. I thought earlier that they were formed through attachment. That if you form attachment to some people, then you end up being in the same soul group. But now I think it's a different concept altogether.
Yeah, yeah. Nothing originates on this physical plane. This physical plane is an afterthought. The stuff that we do here is a reflection of what's going on the higher planes. In other words, you know what I'm saying? Your friend that we both know, you're not here today because I met her, right? It's because we were supposed to connect. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
This was supposed to happen. So it wasn't
it
because,
was magical. It was
right?
just so magical.
This is what I mean. Like this is a connection on a higher level. Like it was no coincidence that I met her and she introduced me to you. Like this is
Yeah,
prearranged on a higher scale. As far as soul groups, it has nothing to do with what we do down here. It has everything to do with what's going on up there. And by up there, I mean like Tiphareth and beyond.
magical.
It
It's
goes
so
to all of
magical.
us.
All be the same group from Atlantean times back here again.
Quite possibly. I wonder what role CMOS has to play in all this.
I really think so too. I really
Different
think.
ages here. Yeah.
No, I'm saying I think it is really from the past because for whatever reason, I keep thinking that I was hermetic in the past as well. Like I know it's like hermetic magic. So I'm like, I know I belong in that group. So I'm like, all right. So yeah. Okay.
All right.
You know, plus in astrology, you know, like different, you know, they got like different signs that, I mean, different parts of your chart are like consistent with everybody in your particular age or something. You know what I'm saying? I think like everybody's Uranus is like the same if they're born around the same time or within like the 10 years of each other or something. I'm not accurate with that, but
yeah, those outer planets and how they move more generationally.
yeah. And that's why I kind of like think that certain groups do travel together. So that soul group stuff is kind of like, you know, we're all kind of like, we're kind of like feel kind of like the same. There's a vibration that we all probably can detect just being that we've been together. You know what I mean? You know, better than somebody that was traveling with like that group that was with the 60s and stuff, or I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. There's a very real intent as far as the time period of us being here, you know. Could have been here 5 years earlier. Hell, we could have been this young generation.
Right.
Poor things. Golly.
Like, look at them. Look at how they communicate. Like, they communicate so much differently from how we did, you know, 20 years ago.
We could have been slightly older to where there would be a huge disconnect between the young folks of today. You know, it's almost as if we kind of made it just in that window to where we're not too separated, but you know, we'll see.
Yeah, it bridged it.
Now, another thing that I wanted to touch on in this chapter that's very important, especially when it comes to occult knowledge and working with spirits and all that stuff, is the subject of words of power. A lot of people, a lot of us have read these books like Demons of Magic and, the Goetia, the Necronomicon, all these grimoires that have these words of power, and it's like, oh, if we say these words of power, if we vibrate these words of power, it's going to have a magical effect on our atmosphere. And people struggle to explain it. If you vibrate the frequency just right, it resonates in your cells, and the duplicitous maximus of the coagulation of your symbolic nabulation creates the harmonic construction. But it's actually a lot more than that. In Basic Magic by Philip Cooper, he would talk about how it's better for you not to say a word that you don't understand. Right? There has to be some kind of meaning to it. So I think the Unfortunate really broke down the power of words of power in verse number 70, 71. Number 7. For be it noted that it is only in proportion to the significance of a word, it is only in proportion to the significance a word has for us that it becomes a word of power. The name of his victim is a word of power to a murderer. And such is it recognized potency that in some countries, an instrument to register the changes of blood pressure is attached to the arm of a suspect while he is being questioned by the police. And the name of a dead man and other words connected to the crime are suddenly whispered in his ear. And if these are words of power for him, the instrument registers it beyond all question. So that's a pretty interesting take on a word of power. You up under a lie detector test, and certain key words cause a physiological change within your system. You start sweating, your heart starts beating fast. That's a word of power, how a word can cause a change in your physiology. Let's continue. 71. It is popularly believed that names of power exercise direct influence over spirits, angels, demons, and such like. This is not so. So when we read these grimoires, it talks about saying these big Hebrew words and all this other stuff. Exactly, Amar, exactly. But we see these grimoires and it talks about, you have to vibrate the God name and vibrate this and that. And we do it, but what's really happening, if you're doing it correctly, it should cause a physiological change. If you're really in that spooky mood and you got your candles lit and your incense and your little binaural beats and you got this demon sigil and you're saying his name and you're vibrating it, it's late, it's midnight, you're at the house by yourself, it should cause a physiological change within you. Your heart should start beating a little bit. You should start getting a little bit nervous, like, oh, I think this is working, I'm feeling something. The focus should be that word is causing a change because of your belief in it, not because the word inherently is powerful, because a word inherently isn't powerful. When people talk about no one can pronounce the true name of the Tetragrammaton, it isn't a verbal pronunciation. The reason that people can't pronounce the true name of the Tetragrammaton, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, is because people don't have an experience with that name. So when somebody says it, it cannot possibly cause a physiological change because you've got no database buildup in here. The name of power exercises its influence upon the magician. Let's start over. It is popularly believed that names of power exercise direct influence over spirits, angels, demons, and such like, but this is not so. The name of power exercises its influence upon the magician. And by exalting and directing consciousness, enables him to get into touch with the chosen type of spiritual influence. Extremely key info that you're not going to hear from your favorite occult YouTuber, probably because they don't know. If he has had experience of that particular type of influence, the word of power will stir potent subconscious memories. The unfortunate, everybody. If he has not, and approaches the matter in an unimaginative and incredulous spirit of the scholar, right? Armchair occultist. The barbarous names of evocation will be just hocus pocus for him. But be it noted that the believing Catholic, hocus pocus, which is the Protestant's name of deception and superstition, and from which is derived the word hoax, means hoc est corpus, which is an altogether different story. So much lies the viewpoint in those matters. Wow. So check this out here. This goes about vibrating the word. Or first of all, let's just recap real quick. If the word that you're using has no effect on you because you don't have a memory or any experience with it, it's useless. It's just a word. So I can give you my little magic spells. You can buy books on spells and love spells and this, that, and a third, but they are not going to work unless you have an experience with what's included in that spell. You know, what point is it me reading a spell in Latin if I don't know Latin? Other than it sounds spooky, and I do it at midnight with the lights off in a mirror, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, how can it possibly produce a change if you don't even understand what's going on? However, if you do have experience with it, it'll trigger memories. Just like people who have done shrooms before, if we start describing an experience, those who have had that experience will feel it when you're talking about it. But those who have no experience with that, you're going to sound like a crazy person. Let's go to number 72, where she really hits the nail on the head here when it comes to vibrating the God names, right? Because everyone's like, oh, you got to vibrate it. You got to say it from your chest, you know. Here's what it really means from the people who created ceremonial magic. Therefore, it is that a definite spiritual experience is assigned to each sephirah. And until a person has had that experience, he is not an initiate of that sephirah and cannot make use of its names of power, even if he knows them. As tradition has it, it is not enough to know a name of power. One must also know how to vibrate it. It is generally believed that the vibration of a name of power is the right note on which to chant it. But magical vibration is something much more than that. When one is deeply moved and at the same time devotionally exalted, the voice drops several tones below its normal pitch and becomes resonant and vibrant. It is this tremor of emotion combined with the resonance of devotion which constitutes the vibration of a name. And this cannot be learnt or taught. It can only be spontaneous. It is like the wind. It bloweth where it listeth. When it comes, it shakes one from head to heel with a wave of fiery heat, and all who hear it involuntarily come to attention. It is an extraordinary experience to hear a word of power vibrated. It is an even more extraordinary experience to vibrate it.
That's deep, bro. That's deep. I gotta
That's
say that's
right.
deep. That shit is deep. I'm just saying that, man. Just saying.
You already know. Once you hit a home run, you feel it once you hit it. You ain't gotta look at it.
Shit. She hit the spot, bro. She's like, bitches, I'll teach you who's a master here. Fuck.
Exactly. See, when you actually study and you actually understand what you're doing here, all that other little fluffy stuff that other people are talking about, it doesn't hold its own water, you know? You start to see that people are really just regurgitating opinions out here. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to get to the meat of it.
That's how affirmations work as well.
Yes.
If we are not vibrating with the words of the thing we are affirmating, then affirmations never work. If we are
Exactly.
not feeling that within us.
Exactly. And how much more powerful when you have had an experience to draw from, right? Say I do some wealth magic and money comes through to me. Every time I do that ritual or work with that spirit, I already know that it works because I've had the experience. So when I do it, it's just this extra level of confidence, of certainty. It's not, oh, hopefully it'll work. No, I know it's going to work. That's why I'm doing it. And I keep doing it. And it echoes and it amplifies and it keeps getting better and better and better. There's no guessing. There's no, well, I just want to wait till I'm ready to do the ritual. No, you don't have experience, so there's never going to be a ready. Jump in and get that experience. Dancing around on the line and waiting, and oh, maybe if I need to get some sage first. What are you doing? Make a move.
So like I would say the words of power, like in Skyrim, you have that experience of playing the game and actually having your character, you actually see it in that virtual world. So it's just like using those words of power from Skyrim can have that same effect on you as the gameplay had its effect on you. Like I can say for sure, like the music in that game alone is just like I study to it, I sleep to it, I write to it, and it's just like using those words to like accommodate what I'm trying to do. It kind of brings that virtual experience into the real life as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Check out what we're really talking about here. Mimetic magic, right?
Right.
When you take that music from that game and you're driving, you know what I'm saying? You're listening to it. You're clicking back into that mode. If you're at work with the headphones in, listening to that music, you're in that mode. This is a trance state, right? Human beings are eternally in a state of trance, and we're eternally seeking different states of trance. We just need these anchors and these triggers to put us in the trance of our choosing, or we allow other people to put us into trance and flow with that. But your reality is really yours when you're able to put yourself into trances of your choosing, just like what you just described, Winter. Riding around with your own background music, as opposed to letting the radio decide what you can have into your subconscious mind. The radio.
Like I know when you do the middle pillar, there's like the Kabbalistic cross, and you have to say like Michael on my right hand, Raphael on my left hand. What exactly is that doing?
So the reason that ritual is taught early on is so you can start to build that repetition. So you can start to build that image. And as you learn more about the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, you start filling in the gaps of what that actually means. You're dealing with the four elementals, right? You're dealing with the four directions. You're aligning the four elemental forces with your astral body.
Okay.
And it's Yod, Hey, Vau, Hey. You're encircling yourself with the Tetragrammaton, with the name of God. You're encircling yourself with all the power of the universe. And the more that you learn about it, you're also getting experience from the meditation. You're getting experience. So as you go further, you start to get the words, the intellect, the data to apply to your experience. You're like, oh, so that's why I've been visualizing that. That's what this means. That's what this means. And you put it together, the study and the practice. Okay. And that really builds up the experience to amplify even more.
Yeah, I have a friend that actually, when she evoked the angels, she said that she actually feel the energies themselves. And this is what it is, the initiation with Hermetics, when we were practicing us to be filled the fire, the water, the coal, and all that. That's part of us calling these entities the spirits, because once you call them, you know that they are there, you will actually feel their power. And reading the book of the which I am right now reading that book, what do you call it, the Golden Dawn, by Israel, is actually was mentioned about that particular calling, like Raphael in, what is it, Raphael in the south, no, I'm sorry, Raphael in the west,
Raphael
east, Raphael in the east, Michael in the south, Gabriel in the north, as I believe is in the north, or I mixed it up, I'm sorry, but I know they say that if you actually successfully doing these invocations, you will sense their presence. You will sense the presence of fire, the presence of water, the presence of earth itself, and the presence of air. So the one thing I wanted to ask you, is it Tiphareth? If you call Tiphareth, I know it says the element of the sun, which is sun. Sun is fire. So I see that, but what is Raphael had to do with this when Raphael is air itself? So that this is like a questioning that I get myself into it, but I'm like, bro, all right. So I was like, all right, whatever. But I can see why when you were saying that the whole energies gets mixed together, then I can see being Raphael, because Raphael, it's air, and in a form of air, everything mixed together. You know, everything is flexible to fit in air itself. So that's how I see it anyway. So yeah.
So let's see here. The archangel of this sphere is actually Raphael, and Raphael means healing of God. So what we're talking about here is the healing aspect of the sun. And we talked about that a little bit before, how the sun is the life giver, just like the sun gives life to the plants and it balances and mediates everything. Like your heart gives the blood and it circulates the blood throughout the body. It mediates and balances your blood pressure. Likewise with the sun, likewise with Raphael. Raphael brings to rights what is wrong. He corrects what is wrong. He heals by providing that sustenance of the sun so that you're able to have everything that you need to get right. Kind of like taking CMOS. Hey, Jason, is that the book that Veronica was talking about?
I think she has Israel Regardie. I have the Chicks Cesario.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
hopefully
go
same
down
information. They
Israel
copy his
regarding.
information. Yeah.
You have it in there. You have it in. I was just reading that last night. Believe it or not, I'm like,
Yeah, I was just reading it today, so it's crazy y'all hit on it.
yeah. I mean, this is the book I'm going to use to start using practice magic with the Kabbalah itself, because I like the way that they were, you know, they go a little bit into like kind of like a
Yeah,
Keith Solomon's magic in the background on it. They still have that, but it
yeah,
also has that training your mind to how to evoke or invoke things. You know what I mean? It's
exactly.
pretty
They give you
interesting.
see
Yeah.
Fred touched on it earlier when they learning what the word, knowing what the word means, and this goes through what the word means when you do the rituals. So every Hebrew word you say, they give you a meaning to it, so you can
Yeah.
connect more with it, and they give you a
Yeah.
visualization. You know what I mean? They give you a vibrating part. Man, you just
What
connect
book is
all.
that?
It's nice.
That's why I
What's the
really
name of the
appreciate
book?
Demons of
And it's
Magic.
concise, man. It's concise too.
All Dawn Magic. Cicero. Cicero was in Skyrim.
Yeah, I'll show you him.
That's what I always recommended, the Demons of Magic book, and by Gordon Winterfield, Magical Warfare or Magic. They tell you what these words. They don't just give you these empty rituals. Meaning in relation to these things. When they have you say the names of God, the I am that I am, the hey, yay, and whatnot, and it's saying that it's not about asking God to help you. You're putting yourself in the role of God and conducting these energies. So it's not only telling you what the word means, but your perspective as you're using these words gives you context, which is powerful because now you're able to role play. Now you're able to visualize. Now you're able to do the path working, as opposed to just meaninglessly saying words. There should be definition. There should be context. All this should make sense. None of this should be done on a blind faith, hoping. There should be method to this.
That method, you can learn those methods, to be honest, when the Golden Dawn, to be honest, Travis. If we wanted, if like for those people who wants to, like, get into that meaning, I think the Golden Dawn would be a good way to start. A good way to start, just saying, man, just saying, just saying, a good way to start, bro. Yeah.
METHOD, man.
It's a lot of little pieces of it. I mean, like you'll find pieces of it. You can go in magic any type of way you want, but you'll find pieces of that system sprinkled throughout all the magic works. You'll see that people will come back to little portions of it. So yeah, it is a good system, I think. Yeah.
Qabalah, it's in everything.
Right, man. Yeah.
Or rather, I should say everything is in Qabalah.
Jason, the book you just mentioned, who is the author?
It's Chick Cesario and Sandra Tabitha Cesario. But I think Veronica mentioned the Israel Regardie one as well, and I think basically this is a they just copy his information and just brought to a different
Well, Israel Regardie was one of the original ones from the 1930s or something like that, and they decided to release the information from the Hermetics. Apparently, this whole thing was secrets, like the whole BS with the secrets, right? And now this dude was like, screw this, let's just release it to people who wants to look for it. So Israel Regardie, it's pretty much intense. And the book that you're going to buy, it has like book 4. I think it's like 4 books in here, or book 9. It's like 9 books and 1 single book in there. But I was reading about reviews about this particular book, and it's been every year not every year, but like every time they're trying to like make more perfectionist on the information. It's not that they're trying to eliminate the information, it's just that they're trying to make it more abstract, more accurate, in other words. So yeah.
Right. It's just a revision, that's all. Right.
Yeah. But relates with mystical Kabbalah. Everything relates, as you guys were saying. It's just relates. I mean, there's nothing here that we can hide on this system. I mean, if we must understand the system, I guess like we would know a lot. Pretty much.
Yes, we're making quite the headway, because
Mm-hmm.
the book is very integral to understanding Qabalah. And I say that because most people, when they're talking about Qabalah and they're talking about shit like that, they're referencing the Golden Dawn's version. So we're learning from the linchpin of Golden Dawn Qabalah. Like, the unfortunate was chosen to write this book because, she's spitting the raw, real deal.
Yeah. And I like this. This Tiphareth is just blowing it up, because it's now you get to see the backstory or the thinking behind a lot of these the religions, like the Jesus. You know what I mean? This is why the prayers are due Jesus so much, because he is that view. He is the intersectory point. You know what I mean? Based on where you see him placed that in the tree. Between those worlds, you know what I mean? Yes. Everybody's got to go through him. So this is why they say that, so everybody can know exactly what the prayer is now when you're doing that now.
Right.
Understanding, Yeah.
I'm glad you said that too, because we've got three magical images associated with Tiphareth. If you look on the cover of the book, you got 3 items there. You got baby Jesus, you got Jesus on his throne, and you got Jesus on the cross. All 3 of those images are associated with Tiphareth. And those are 3 different energies: a baby, a king, and crucifixion. Now she breaks down what those mean in 66. Tiphareth, being the first coagulation of the supernals, is aptly represented as the newborn child in the manger at Bethlehem, as the sacrificed God becomes the mediator between God and man. And when he has risen from the dead, He is as a king come to his kingdom. Tiphareth is the child of Kether and the king of Malkuth, and in his own sphere, he is sacrificed. A prophet is rejected in his own hometown.
That's funny you say that, because when I was in the hospital, I really felt like they were going to kill me and I was going to be like reincarnated. And like everything, like every piece of information I was getting, like, you know, I called my mom and I called my brother and I called my boyfriend last, but it just felt like each call was like so important to my fate. It felt like, all right, if I call my mom and my dad and my brother, it's going to lead to me going back home. It's going to lead to me like starting this whole thing all over again and being reincarnated all over again. But like something clicked in me. She's like, no. You call your boyfriend. You call who you need to call right now. So like to keep you in this life, it just, I can't even explain it. It's like, I really felt like I was being crucified. Like it really felt like, you know, whatever they were injecting me with, it was just like, yo, this is it. Like, they're putting me back in the Matrix, yo. Like, it was just like, I don't know, man. Yeah, I felt all of those beings like in one go. Just don't do shrooms when you're in Tiphareth. It's just not cool, man. Shrooms and wine, actually, should correct.
Well, I'm about to resist.
What was that? What did you say?
I said I'm about to. Just gonna have to resist the urge to get naked. Amar said, in the order on Netflix, season 2, they say, we think the words dictate the magic. How does the magic even know what the words mean? I think we can control magic with our minds, and the words just help us visualize what we want to happen. I bet I can make any word a magic word as long as I concentrate on what I want and pay for it. He says, I feel like that's on point with the words of power victim example. Yes.
Yeah. That's the same with that Kabbalistic cross you were saying too. Like you build it up and that's what charging is. You know what I mean? You build it up.
Amplifying that anchor.
Cementing that connection between.
Yeah. So in Tiphareth, we've got the child, we've got the king, and we got the crucified savior. So I really want to make sure that everyone gets that symbolism here. I don't want that to go over anybody's heads or out of the memory, because like you were saying, Jason, this just lets you really see what's actually going on behind the scenes of Christianity. It's still dealing with the tree of life. It's still dealing with the Qabalah. Now, the middle pillar deals with states of consciousness. The right and the left pillar deal with modes of extremes, right? So dealing with these states of consciousness, if we're looking from the perspective of Kether, which is the ultimate reality, looking down, you can't help but see Tiphareth as a baby, because it's a baby Kether, basically. You're looking down, it's a baby. That's where we get the baby Jesus from the perspective of God. Now, if we're in Malkuth looking up, of course we're going to see the king. That's the savior, right? Looking up, we see it as a king. So we're talking about perspectives from states of consciousness, from the body sense. All these basic regular muggles, they're looking up at Christ as the savior king, because that is the access to the power. Through the son, they get to the Father. So they see him as the king. And this is also Adam Kadmon. And see all this right here, all of this is the kingdoms, right? Satan offered Christ the kingdoms, but Christ refused him because he already has them. They revolve around him. Why would he bow down when he doesn't have to? Right now, as a crucified savior on the cross, what that story actually represents is force is descending into matter. Here is where it actually turns into matter that can be perceived. So up here, in here, It's an idea. It's a concept. It's a seed. It's a plan. It's an archetype. And here it gets a little bit more specific. A little bit more specific. It's ready to go. Packaged and processed. And here it becomes a reality. But what's happening here, that sacrifice, this crossroad is where energy becomes matter. Energy becomes a visual. Energy becomes a sound. Energy becomes a feeling. It all happens here on the cross. It's transformed. It's transfigured, transfiguration of the cross. So from here it's a baby. From here it's a king. But in the perspective of its peers, it is the sacrificial lamb. Does that make sense?
And that was nice that you brought that up too. Like the path of Ayin is like on the bottom end of Tiphareth. And I just think about when you brought that story up, when he says, get behind these, Satan, doesn't God know that, man doesn't live off of bread alone and all of that stuff. He kept denying them. But it's funny that it was actually, the path is actually behind him if you're going up as well. So.
That's true.
What's the path called? Ayin?
Ayin. Yeah. So that's the path, that's the devil, actually.
Is it A-I-N?
A-Y-I-N.
A-Y-I-N.
Okay.
In English.
Interesting. Cool. Like one of the characters in the story I've been writing, his name is Ian.
Really?
And he is initiated by Baal and becomes pretty much a demon. So it's like, this is like, yeah, like well, Veronica was saying, it does feel like it was in another life I was doing this hermetic stuff, It's like all subconscious for me.
Ayin is the connection of Tiphareth and Hod. It represents an eye. Trump 15, the devil. The Lord of the gates of matter, the child of the forces of time, renovating intelligence, Capricorn.
What page is that on?
309.
Thank you.
It's the devil. Yeah, that's the devil.
The devil. Oh my God, I am going to hell.
The devil.
See, that's the reason for that inverted thing. And that's why actually the devil means mirth, laughter, because once you realize that it's silly for you to think that it's a devil, then you can start moving up.
The rebel.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Renovating intelligence. Holy fucking camole.
Yeah. Mediating intelligence. You see that? And he's a mind card anyway. So it's all in your mind. Once your mind realizes that the devil is what you make it, well, you can do some things, man, but you're not trapped anymore.
So you say it's a mind card, and we also say it's the renovating intelligence. It's pretty interesting because it connects Hod, which is intelligence, and Tiphareth, which is the Redeemer. So with it being a mind card, like you said, like these paths are the balance between the two spheres. So we've got intellect and we've got the Redeemer, the redeeming intellect, the renovating intelligence. It just makes perfect sense. And it's symbolized as the devil. It can be your slave or it can be your master.
I like how you connected that, bro. That was, yeah. The redeeming intelligence, yeah.
You're getting some deep Kabbalah, man. You're not gonna find this. You're not gonna find this easily anywhere else. I'm telling you, man. This is what happens when you read the books.
Nothing.
Read, homies, read.
Read.
Okay.
Verse
Oh,
81. Read.
Hey, it also has the eye as one of the symbols too. So that's going to be the eye of
Ooh.
Haru.
And eye is the window of the soul, right?
The eye
Tiphareth,
is the window to the soul. Okay, what? Y'all better stop. The soul is where? Where's the soul at? Where's the soul at?
Tiphareth is the soul and the
Come
mind.
on,
Wow.
come on, baby. Yeah,
Yikes.
preach, baby.
Devil's in the details. Smooth Shaddai says in the chat.
The devil's in the details.
It's funny that they make money green. And like what you were saying earlier is that if your heart chakra ain't right and your viewpoint of money isn't right, you're not going to get it. And that's why money's green, and it has the all-seeing eye on it as well.
Mm-hmm. And see, I used to hear that all the time, and like, I don't know, it just didn't sit right with me. But that was because I was broke. But once I learned, and still learning, but once I'm learning about how to deal with money mentally and spiritually and emotionally, I get it now. I get it. How you look at money determines how it flows into your life.
Gotcha.
Scarcity mindset, broke. Abundance mindset, oh, it's gonna come. It's gonna come. It has to.
Gotcha.
But as long as you're in scarcity mode, you're gonna be struggling and searching and grasping. And I have a right to say that because I was there most of my life, all my damn life.
You're currently unemployed at the moment, and my job search has been like pretty much like ass. But you know, it's just like kind of pulling down my pride of like what I think I should deserve to be at with my college degree and all that stuff, and just kind of like getting something base to pay the rent, and then working on what I need to for my own self, for like my own view of abundance. So it's like Tiphareth has really gutted me. It's gutted my mindset, really.
And you know, it probably sounds awful, but that's a good thing. That's a great thing.
Yeah, it's great. Like I called my brother doctor while in the hospital, and you know, he was yelling at me to let the doctors do what they need to do and whatever. But what I realized is that like everybody in my family has just always been about, you know, Jesus and always making money and how money's got to be at your forefront, that kind of thing. And it's like it's torn out, or giving those people a perspective of me that's undesirable for me to like free up and do what I need to do for myself. And it's like, it's been very freeing. It's been very freeing.
So you are the little devil of the family, are you?
Hell yeah, motherfucker.
Very nice. The GOAT.
Little devil that breaks the generations.
Fuck yeah.
Those family curses.
You know something, guys? My family, most of my family, they all fucking nurses, yo. My aunt, my aunt, my cousins, my mother is a fucking nurse. Yo, as soon as I told them that I was not going to become a nurse, what the fuck was that all about? Like, you breaking the rules. You like, what the fuck?
Exactly. Like I was pretty much raised like you should be a doctor and your grades matter, this, that, and the other. And then like now it's just like I don't want to do any of that shit. Like I'm down working at a 7-Eleven right now and like just doing what I need to do to just put myself out there to like express what I've been always trying to express. Like every day in college, I was just drawing. I was just like out of it. Like even taking these science classes is like, yeah, I get it. Just draw on the desk, I'll draw on the paper. Like it's just like all narcissists. You don't really realize that you're like around narcissists until you break out of it. It's like so deeply embedded.
Too many layers of narcissism until you get to realize, like you said, until you get to realize, that's when you see that even like your parents, they have like major narcissistic issues.
Yeah, dude, like when my parents came to visit me after the hospital, my mom's stomach was hurting, so I made her some ginger tea. And then, I put on a documentary about mushrooms so they could get some knowledge on it. And then they just got freaked out. My mom's like, we're gonna go. And my mom just got mad. She was just like, aren't you gonna walk me to the door? And I'm like, no, because you're clearly afraid of me. And so like it just felt like at that moment I was casting them out of heaven. Like it just felt like my final Tiphareth move, like, no, you're out of here. It just felt good to finally like not be a child anymore under that narcissist banner, Yeah.
I don't even mind them being narcissist. I'm just not playing a fool no more.
Yeah.
When you know better, you do better. Before, I used to put myself down because yes, don't talk back. African parents don't talk back. This,
Exactly.
that. Okay, the culture. Okay, then a lot of dictation about so many things. A lot of disagreements about so many things. For some time, you take it as okay. But when it comes to blatant disrespect and entitlement, then I'm like, you know what? Don't poke me in the eye. I don't care, whatever.
To realize too.
Like, for real, don't poke me in the eye, especially when I know I am a good kid. I am a good kid. I've been, when I don't know, when I was growing up in Africa, there used to be this little safe boxes. They're like balls. You just can put like coins and like some money in it. And usually, during the Christmas or other festivities, you take food to the neighbors, or maybe you went to visit someone and they pocket you some money. And the general thing to do is you go to your parents and you be like, Aunt so gave me this, or Mr. and Mrs. so gave me this. And most times my mom will be like, oh, give the money to me, I'll keep it for you, or I'll use it to buy a gift for you, or I'll do this. I've always been altruistic to everyone around me. I don't even know what good it is for you to have anything in this world if you can't share it with the next person.
Exactly.
I can't even read a magazine without telling the next person next to me what it was all about.
Like I know when doing this uncrossing ritual, it made me realize like how much exposure from the sun or like Jesus types you get, and like how blinded you get by the sun all the time. And like I really feel like I need to do another one, because it's like, yeah, people were praying for me and all that, but it just feels like that blinding by the sun, it just really needs to kind of recycle. Like uncrossing rituals definitely need to be done like every, I would say, 6 months or so, or at least for me. Like, yikes. And I did notice, like, while you're doing it, like all the distractions start fumbling in. Like, I remember, like, the first day I was doing it, as soon as I started, I got getting text messages over and over and over again, and people decided to call me over
I
and
have
over and
the
over
whole world blocked at this point. Everyone is blocked. Everyone, like everybody, go away.
Let me get on your level.
No, look, you have to get to a state of detriment. Like you have to get to a state of, okay, like I said, now, you pipe low because they allow you some things and then you don't want to argue with them. Okay, fine. They sacrifice some things. Okay, fine. But when it comes to you being, like I said, like I've been saving since I was a little kid, I would just put money like that into stuff. And then when there would be like a minor crisis in the house, I would just be like, oh, Mom, don't worry. I have some money I saved. And you have to break these actual balls because they are made out of ceramic. And then I would give everything in it to her, you know, the notes, the coins, I'll straighten everything out and I'll give it to her because she's my mother. And I see that she's been a single parent and she's still making sure that I'm up to par with my colleagues. But now it's kind of like every little thing that you do is not enough. She keeps asking for more and more and more. And then everybody else is always trying to chime in into something. And then when you're like, well, since you have so much to say, what part are you playing? And then it's like, why are you asking him what part are you playing? Is he playing Easy Your Mate? And I'm like, what has age got to do with this?
Right.
What do you think you see the situation that the world is in right now? You're so inconsiderate. So because you brought me, I had to tell her, I said, I didn't ask you to have intercourse to bring me here. So don't get on my nerves. Like right now, the respect is there and everything. But when it comes to a point whereby it's kind of like you're making it, if I have it like that, I won't even think twice. But in this situation, when the world is actually upside down, if anyone is able to give you anything with zeros attached to it, even if anyone is able to give you a coin, then you should be like, I thought I'm saying you're supposed to be calm, meditating, praying, putting forward energies for things to go smoothly. I don't need that from you. I'm doing that for myself, but I've made it known to you, stop using an intermediary entity when you're praying for me. That Jesus thing and everything, blah, 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 blah. I believed in it so much long time. It worked up to a certain extent. Now I'm direct with source. I don't want any intermediary energies, but you're right here calling me, texting me, trying to manipulate me, hovering me with messages like 20 messages in a second. Like, okay, blocked.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the best way you can just do. You have to come to a point whereby like, everybody get away because you want promotion for yourself. At the end of the day, it's them that are going to profit out of it. They'll be like, oh, I have a son that is this way, that way. But you're being the machinery that is making me late, that is retarding me. So you just got to go.
Yeah, I got threatened with that medication threat again. She's like, do you want to go back on medication? I'm just like, fuck no, I don't need that shit.
Yeah. You don't want to smoke, but you get into an argument with them and stuff, and then it takes you off balance. So you don't want to have that energy around you any longer. It's just like, it's toxic. You realize that it's actually the family that is the toxic one.
I appreciate the words. Really, really humbling.
Pray for me.
Okay, so concerning this chapter on Tiphareth, I think that there was one more point that I wanted to kind of touch on that I feel was very important to understanding the energy of Tiphareth and using it in your rituals. This would be on the same chapter, verse 81. This in conjunction with something that was said in the beginning also. But just looking at 81, verse 81, in the chapter of Tiphareth. It says here, the characteristic virtue of the sphere of Tiphareth is devotion to this great work. All right, so we've heard of the great work. Working on the tree is the great work. Devotion to this work is the devotion of Tiphareth. Devotion is a very important factor in the way of initiation that leads to the higher consciousness, and we must therefore examine it carefully and analyze it into the factors of which it consists. Devotion might be defined as love for something higher than ourselves, something that evokes our idealism, which, while we despair of becoming equal to it, yet makes us aspire to become like it. Beholding as in a glass the glory of the Lord, are changed into the same image from glory to glory. Here's an important part. When a stronger emotional content is infused into devotion and it becomes adoration, it carries us across the great gulf fixed between the tangible and the intangible, and enables us to apprehend things that eye hath not seen nor ear has heard. It is this devotion, rising to adoration in the great work, which initiates us into the mysteries of the crucifixion. So in other words, to really reach that next level of someone who's just dabbling with spells and someone who actually lives a lifestyle that incorporates the great work, right? A lifestyle where you are getting results from your rituals instead of hoping, wishing, praying, throwing shit at a wall, hoping it sticks. The major difference comes when you're able to infuse your rituals with intense emotion, when you're able to go into a deep trance when you're doing your rituals, to throw yourself into it, right? If you're just reading pages out of a book and just being real dry about it, not really creative, it's no surprise that things aren't happening. You got to be able to create a space when you're doing your work to where it's just like when you were a kid playing with your action figures. You know what I'm saying? You got to make it real. You got to make it powerful, passionate. You got to throw yourself into it. You know what I'm saying? When you're able to do this, it's almost as if you, like I said, you're going into a trance. You're tuning out the world. You don't worry about work. You don't worry about bills. You don't worry about none of that. It's you and your little ritual items. And you go to town and it's done with a purpose. It's done with an intent, right? You got all your correspondences in place. For that small moment in time, this is reality. You do the ritual, you generate the energy, you throw the force at it, and then you let it dispense. Then you move on. Now, all that energy you generated with thick with intent, thick with correspondence, you're packaging it all up, you're condensing it, you put a name on it, right? And you sent it out to return in another form. It is that easy. It don't matter what spirit you use, what magic words you use, what color t-shirt you got on. You've got to be able to infuse your rituals with powerful emotion. And you got to get into a habit of doing this so that it gets better and stronger, more powerful each time. So every time you see your ritual symbols, it triggers for you a response that you already know what time it is. How do you get to that level? By infusing it with emotion over and over and over and over. It's trauma bonding, except you're doing it to benefit yourself. I know somebody hears me.
Yes, I'm following you.
Witness.
That's part of devotion to the great work. And that is all about the energy of Tiphareth. It's more than just have fun with it. Yes, please have fun with it, but take it to the next step. You got your everyday reality, going to school, going to work. Make this your other reality. When you cut them lights off, when you light them candles and put that incense on and that music, you're in a zone. Get into that zone. Those of you who make music, those of you who do art, you go into a zone when you're doing your thing. You know what I'm saying? Make a zone for your rituals and watch what happens, right? You're making a little pocket dimension, pocket reality, and it's all yours. And it's in this laboratory that you're creating realities. And eventually these reality mixtapes that you're creating get handed out and it becomes infused into your everyday life. Like, once again, I'm telling you from experience, not just from something I read, but what she has said here, it echoes truth if you're able to model her thinking and apply it to your own thinking. A magical lifestyle isn't walking around saying, ooh, feeling witchy, let's hex the moon. It's none of that bullshit. A magical lifestyle is being able to utilize and weaponize your imagination for your benefit and recognize when someone's doing it against you and being able to choose to block it or hijack it. I choose to hijack everything that comes my way. So I watch the news, you know what I'm saying? I watch the sports or whatever. I'm not getting triggered. I'm analyzing how I can use it for my growth. That's a magical lifestyle. Not showing people what crystals you use, even though that's cool. Not judging that act alone. I just want to differentiate what it actually means to do the work. I see that figure, Junebug.
Given the explanation, it makes it a lot clearer in a way of implementing several things that are in our present existence in a way that it wouldn't affect us, and in a way that we would transcend just that particular present existence, that we would realize like you use it for your own benefit.
Yes. And oh my God, it gets so deep, y'all. It gets so deep. It is not limited. Please get it out of your minds if you think of any limitation. Magic, occult, all that stuff, it's not limited to books, and it's not limited to candles and crystals. It is everything. And when I say everything, I mean everything. It's the air that you breathe. Fuck, Franz Barton is showing you how to infuse your very breath with magical essence. It's everything. It is a second to second thing. You feel me? The words that you use create your reality. And if you don't have any control over your words or their definitions, you don't have control over your reality. There is an entire science dedicated to the power of your words and the psychological impact it has on your day-to-day life. Right? I made a post on Facebook the other day. I don't care about politics, so I don't even remember the lady's name. That Biden has running for her. Years ago, they put first Indian American senator. This year, they have first African American female, right? I don't care about her or her race or none of that stuff that regular people talk about. I care about why did they choose that phraseology? Why the difference in terminology? Because it has an effect on you. Because they are looking for specific people to have an emotional impact to go vote. This is how our reality works. The words that you choose to see through colors and shapes your reality.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I seen a 57-second clip earlier today. Erica Baduja, like she broke down the percentages. She was saying you got the 85%, and they just followers. You got the 10% who are creators, and then you got the 5% who are observers. And she was saying how the system's set up because people are willing to be led. So when you speak about the words and the phrases, I also sit there and so I do a little artwork on Instagram or whatever, and sometimes I sit there, hit on the explore page, and then you'll see somewhere where it's like, okay, they beefing with the little Mexican guy, 6ix9ine, but then when you see it, this guy gets a tattoo, and it's fuck 6ix9ine on his back like a tramp stamp, but it's like, if you don't like the guy that much, why would you sit there and brand yourself with his insignia and his copyright? So then I'm like, okay, so they really in cahoots. It's always just a distract. And then with the Uranus retrograde going on, it's like, I'm sure the 5% and the 10% gonna get some really awakenings. Whereas all that's gonna do is just put more pressure on the 85, but it's the level of distractions when you say the English language, because even if you break down the word fuck, is fornication under consent of the king. So while you think he's saying he against snitching, it's like, nah, he's actually making love with a snitch. He's making love with all that type of things, and he asking for permission to be intertwined with that. So it's just like, when you speak on that, that's really, it's like that rabbit hole really get deep. And if you can decode it, hey man, you just have a ball with it.
Right. And it's beautiful also to look at this emotional impact. I don't know the dude with the tattoo, the tramp stamp. I don't know if he's in cahoots or not, you know, but what I do know is that love and hate are so close that at times they can be indecipherable. And you're telling me that you hate this man so much that you got a tattoo of him on your back.
Right.
Right. I don't know about your feelings, but I know that your action shows that he's permanently on your skin.
Right.
It's little shit like that. That's why they say trust a person's actions, not their words. The actions show you everything. Watch, observe, you know? A lot of people talk a good game, real good game, but you got to look at the actions, man. Got to look at the repetitive cycles, behaviors. This is how you know the real from the fake. People can talk a good talk, but show and prove. That's what they say, right? I love it. I love it. I love it because I ain't got nothing to worry about.
It's good that you spoke about that Facebook post and how you dissected what their intention of changing her nationality, her race was. Because I saw it, I didn't have that explanation that you gave, but when I saw it, I think I saw it this morning or last night. I looked at, you know, I've been seeing the whole Kamala Harris thing online, but I didn't pay attention to it. It's not in the country I'm living in, and I don't care about politics. But when I saw like they put a particular, I was like, oh, they want to use the sensitivity of she's a Black woman to get attention, votes, and everything. I just automatically thought of it like that. But when you now gave the breakdown of how you decipher things and everything, it makes sense, and it gives me like an example of how to analyze things. Yeah,
and that's the thing. You got to kind of see past what they give you always, because they're going to give you something to feel. The whole intention is to get a knee-jerk reaction out of you. And if you can get past that hurdle, that perfectly explains what's going on when she talks about Tiphareth versus Yesod, right? Yesod is the illusion. Tiphareth is a little bit closer to the real picture. But the illusion would be when you see a post like that and it causes an emotional reaction in you. You're really feeling offended. Yes, you are. It's true. But that's not the truth. You're just reacting to something that you think is going on. There's actually a deeper story. And that's just a good illustration of when you're in Yesod, in the astral plane, you think you're seeing something. But if you can get past that first knee-jerk reaction and you analyze the symbol that's in your dreams, you see the energy behind that symbol. Dr. Sebesimas.
Okay, so when I'm reading that page 196 with magical tools, which is part of the imagination, a magical weapon in some objects which is found to be suitable as a vehicle to force a particular type. For instance, magical weapon of the element water is a cup, or Kali the magical weapon of the element fire is a lightning lamp. These objects are chosen because their nature is congenial to that of the force to be invoked. In a modern language, because
their form suggestive force to the imagination by association ideas. So how did this originate? Well, I guess because I like to always know a little bit of the history about it, but why is everything started with magic itself started with these type of weapons themselves? Like why it could not be something else on it? I don't know.
Well, kind of like what she just said in that verse, each one of those items symbolize the type of energy that it uses, right? It's called a weapon not because you're fighting something. It's a weapon because you're utilizing it to work with the energy. So the example she gives there is the chalice, the cup. Now you're dealing with the water element, but the reason the chalice is chosen is because you're supposed to catch and contain that water. That's how you use it, right? Or likewise with the sword, it slices through the air.
Okay,
Right?
I see what you're
It's
saying.
like the wand. The wand is meant to focus the fire. Just like the pentacle, it's meant to receive the essence of all your ritual. So it just kind of hints at the function of what you're supposed to do with that energy. When it comes to the earth element, you want to accumulate. That's the accumulation of the earth element is when you have it in its strength. Air, its strength is when you're dividing it. When you're dividing air, that's its strength. Fire, its strength is when it's focused. When it's not focused, it's chaos. When air and thought isn't focused, it's everywhere. When earth isn't condensed, it's everywhere. When water isn't captured, it's everywhere. So what these magical weapons do, they're focal points to teach you how to use that energy, how to use it, how to utilize it.
Okay.
And because everyone has different correspondences with those weapons and tools, Philip Cooper said it might actually be better if you just visualize the tatwas or the basic triangle shapes. You know, fire is an upward red triangle, water is a downward blue triangle, air is an upward yellow triangle with a line in it, and earth is a downward green triangle with a line in it. Because there's not so many conscious associations with those symbols. But either way, it's just a focal point, you know?
Okay, I see. Let me just write it down, actually.
I'm making my gold sea moss tea, you know what I'm saying? I got some pine pollen with it. I got some turmeric with it. I got some ginger with it. A dash of that monoatomic. I need to get me some gold oolong tea. That'll make it complete.
Super alkaline.
Thanks. Jason Kennedy recommended this stuff right here. That pine pollen. Good stuff. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it.
Travis, have you ever tried that Cell Fuel 102?
No.
It's pretty good. I've been using it for about a month, and I can feel a difference. It has 102 different minerals in it.
What is it?
It's called Cell Fuel. Hold on, let me see if I can get the bottle. Hold on. Nice. Okay, can you see it?
Oh, okay. Okay, wait. Screenshot and you explain what it is all about. In capsules. All right.
Cell Fuel 102.
Yeah. So it has organic Irish moss powder, organic bladderwrack powder, and organic burdock root powder.
Oh.
Yeah.
That bladderwrack the bomb, that burdock root the bomb. I'm on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a sea moss capsule herbal blend.
Okay, now you got my attention.
Yep, it's from Red's Kitchen Sink.
I'm gonna have to get you to send me the link on Messenger or something.
Okay, and real quick, so the highlights, it says thyroid and immunity support, joint pain relief, improve energy levels, improve vitality, and digestive and gastrointestinal support.
I like it.
I just wanted to share since you showed us that.
I'm seriously, yeah, that sounds like something on my alley because I'm opening up a little herbal thing online, and I was looking
nice.
for. I mean, it's not going to be associated with Travis Mages. It's going to be a secret. I was looking for a way to, you know, I think that's a good combo. I might have to hijack it.
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah, I'm glad I finally started taking the sea moss. I heard about it for a while. I was skeptical because I don't like to jump on bandwagon trends, but
Got it.
I've tried a lot of supplements and stuff, and yeah, this shit right here is the most legit.
Yeah, the reason I got it is because my cousin told me that it's real close to the product that Dr. Sabi was selling. He has like a cell fuel capsule, and it's very close to that. So,
See. Let's see. So, morning, devotion, money. I think there was a part in the beginning that I wanted to touch on also. Maybe number 15. Pantheistic faiths, virtue, physical. Okay, yeah, so just to clarify a few more things. We'll start with number 5 to 7, all right? So number 5 says Mithrak is concerned with the nature forces and elemental contacts. Hod with ceremonial magic and occult knowledge. Yesod with psychism and the etheric double. Tiphareth itself, supported by Gibarah and Gijala, represents seership, or the higher psychism of the individuality. Remember, the individuality is the soul. Each Sephirah, of course, has its subjective and objective aspects, meaning its psychological aspect and the aspect dealing with the plane of the universe. So number 6, the 4 Sephirah below Tiphareth represent the personality or lower self. The 4 Sephirah above Tiphareth are the individual or higher self. And Kether is the divine spark or the nucleus of manifestation. And the number 7, Tiphareth, therefore, must never be regarded as an isolated factor, but as a link, a focusing point, a center of transition or transmutation. The central pillar is always concerned with consciousness. The 2 side pillars with the different modes of the operation of force on the different levels. Did everybody get to that part?
Not yet.
That was a yes?
Not yet.
Not yet. Is there something in specific that you didn't understand about that? Or just kind of putting it all together?
Oh, I meant I haven't read that part yet.
Ooh, that was in the beginning.
In the beginning of the book?
No, the beginning of the chapter.
What chapter are you on? Let me take my book.
Chapter 20.
Not read chapter 20 at all. Once I listen to it, but by flip through, I'll be able to. Wait, let me tell you. Yes. I haven't read it yet.
What's up?
I must have read it. Oh, I passed it already. I need to re-revise because there's no point reading ahead and then not being on point.
I mean, with this one you can, but you know, most of the time it's just going anyway. But with this one you can, because each chapter focuses on a specific Sephiroth.
So you're saying that pretty much so most of the spheres work they work at the same time. It's the same pattern. But you're saying that, I don't know, maybe because you say subjective, objective means that they charge to each other and each one has like a specific function in a way.
Yes. Yes. So as far as function, they should be seen as operating as a whole. But naturally, in order to understand how it operates as a whole, you have to understand how each individual part of the machine works.
The structure, which is the objective.
No. This is just understanding the relationship of the spheres. When it comes to subjective and objective, it's talking about microcosm and macrocosm. It's talking about as above, so below. So when it says subjective, it's talking about it in relation to psychology. When it says objective, it's talking about it in relation to the manifested universe. You feel me?
Yes.
So
It takes us back to what you were explaining in the very beginning of the chat. Now I get it.
Yeah. So this should be looked at it in a dual lens. It has a subjective meaning and also an objective meaning. It has a mental meaning and also a cosmic meaning. And I think that confuses a lot of people because most people think it's either or, but it's both.
Because if I'm not mistaken, earlier you were talking about how we should visualize the tree of life as our own human body. Yes. And how we should distribute, like we should like look at the spheres in left and right, like distribute them on our left and right sides of the body. And then at particular times, we should tune into a particular sphere to explore that sphere, right?
Exactly.
Okay. It's okay.
Yeah, and that's the process of meditation on these topics. But never forgetting that it should be considered as a whole, even when you're looking at the individual Sephiroth. Just to know they don't work by themselves. They're all working together.
But when you're concentrating on a particular sphere, do you I understand don't disregard the other spheres, but you devote more time to that particular sphere, right?
Say again?
If you tune in into a particular sphere,
Mhm.
you don't forget about the other ones on the tree. But is there a particular push because you're devoted to one particular one?
I guess what I'm saying is you don't want to get into the habit of focusing on just one and saying, oh, I'm Debra, or oh, I'm Chesed. Just know that you're working on one, but the others are still functioning within it. Because when you really look at it, every Sephiroth is like 90% it, and the remaining 10% is the others. Like it's all a fraction of each other. You're never dealing with just one. It has a percentage of the others in play at all times. But in order to recognize that, we're learning what each one of them looks like. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So what we've been talking about today is what Tiphareth looks like. But when we come to the end, you'll be able to see that Tiphareth aspect exists in all 10 of the spheres to some degree, even if it's just a little bit.
So if I'm not confused, all of the things that are listed in the very first chapter 20 title Tiferet Beauty, you explained it's not physical beauty, it's that the harmony of everything that is beautiful, and everything that you explained to us in there. What I'm trying to know is you had told us, or maybe I'm the one mistaken, but I had learned that the whole tree of life itself from Kether down to Malkuth, that's it. But then in those spheres, they have their do they have their own they do have their own tree of life in that particular order as well, right?
Yes.
And as they
that's
do
what it means. The reason that each one of the spheres have a tree of life inside of them, that's the activity of all the other spheres within it. That's just another way to see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I get it. Okay. So they still, even if you're tuned in into a particular one, mentally in your mind, don't think that you're tuned out, because all those elements that form up the entire, it's a tree, it's a tree. So it's kind of like
exactly what I mean.
A stem actually still comes from that root.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Exactly what I mean.
Yeah. I had to illustrate it in that image in my head to get it clearly. But it's okay now. Thank you.
Thank you. Because you just brought out a gem that I would have never thought to say. But yeah, the reason that there's a picture of a little tree inside of each sphere is because each sphere is at play within each sphere. They're all in balance with each other. And that is the beauty of it. That is the harmony. That is what the beauty of Tiphareth means, that everything is in a balanced harmony. Even if you don't feel like it, even if it doesn't look like it, it is. And the sooner that you come to realize that, the easier it begins to flow. Instead of trying to fight. But it costs so much. I forgot to put anything sweet in here. All right. So as far as what I wrote down on my notes, I think I covered most of the important parts of this chapter. I think verse 33, dealing with ultra instinct, is probably one of the most memorable and most important when it comes to utilizing for yourself. Let's see. And also understanding the symbology of the sun sphere, baby Jesus, Jesus on the throne, and crucified Savior. How all three of these relate to this particular energy. Does anybody have any, questions or anything that needs to be clarified, or any comments about anything?
I just wanted to mention that I recently learned that the baby Jesus and the Virgin were the exact same.
Say that again?
I said I just learned recently that the baby Jesus and the Virgin were the exact same.
How so?
I think it has to do with the fact that everything is interconnected, because without the Virgin, there wouldn't be the baby Jesus.
So maybe instead of the exact same thing, maybe related in a different way that you previously thought?
Well, this isn't my my final opinion. I just repeated something that I learned in a class that I partook during this week. So I don't know how exactly it is. I'm not saying it is the 100% the same thing, but it definitely is interconnected in some sort of way. But actually, when I was listening to the lecture, it was said like because the Virgin and the baby Jesus were the same. And, it wasn't a lecture in which I could phone in or maybe chime in anything. So I just took that information and I kept it in my left hand. And then now when you mentioned it, I just said, I had learned that, and now you're asking me the question, which is going to give me the clarity about it.
If we want to really look at the symbology, the Virgin relates more to Bina, the mother. Remember Saturn?
Mm-hmm.
And this one deals with the divine feminine. Because remember, she gives form to force. She gives body to spirit.
Would we say that's because when the sun shines on the dark, it creates shadows, images?
It could, but I guess in relation to time and space, Bina comes before Tiphareth. So when we talk about shadows, because all this light is shining downwards, you feel me? So about shadows, that's more related to the clip-off, which is underneath Malkuth. That's the shadow aspect of the tree, which is the the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Maybe in a far out way, because Tiphareth is like a container for the physical world to understand the not so physical. Maybe in a perspective, but
yeah.
Am I on? Oh yeah, I ain't on mute. But another way is I think in the same book, Dion Fulton says how Isis also is in the same sphere as Banah. And in Manly P. Hall's book, I don't know if you ever came across that one, but he got like a whole encyclopedia, and it's a phrase for Isis where it says, no man hath me, or no man hath unveiled me, which is basically saying like being the great mother and an ancient version of the great mother. It's almost like I'm not even sure how I put this because it's so high up on the tree. So it's like we kind of getting really out there. But
yeah,
when you say no man hath unveiled me, it's basically saying nature is something that's always unfolding and has so much potentiality in it. And at Chakma, the sphere prior to Binah is no head is exalted above it except for Ketha, but Chakma is such a almost an unyielding force. It's always given. So that means the force of Binah has to always be willing to receive and give of something else, but it's not necessarily being penetrated. It's so much. It's really I'm really having trouble trying to explain it to you, but it's
No,
just
it makes sense. Hence why it's called the virgin who, the virgin
right. Because it's like she's always giving form to some, but never really being filled completely. It's the vessel, or
yes.
So when you think about the creation of the universe, or just the masculine principle, some people say everything is feminine, and they're not wrong. But how do you explain the fact that there is something that fills these vessels? So how do I put this? It's saying like the masculine principle or the male principle bore itself out of nothing, and from itself came itself. So Amon Ra I said that like I got a book on sex and spirit, and they have a poem based on Amon Ra or Amun, and he was saying how he was just like what is it? It's a phrase. I'm everywhere right now, but just work with me. But you're born alone, die alone. So you kind of in this alone, and you're alone because it's just how it was set up. So why did God make the world? Because his ass was lonely as hell. It was just him. So he was like, well, let me go into myself, my infinite self, and create infinite versions of myself. But it's always an individual one that makes up the whole totality of that one. But it's just weird because you look at an infinity sign, it's just two big ass zeros. So it's always space, but you just move. It's the illusion that you're moving through space. But then you go in the Bible and it says, be still and know that I am God. So it's a weird in the Kabbalah speak, it's got a whole chapter on the divine paradox. So you're sitting there, you thinking it's this and it's everybody, but the only thing that exists is the self, big capital S, not lowercase s. So it's like even when we get to Tiphareth, it's like we're getting closer to the truth, but the truth being it really is no truth. So Assassin's Creed, nothing is true, everything is permitted. But it's like, yeah, man, it's really weird. I'm sitting there because I'm learning something as I'm trying to explain this, but
right. That's how it works.
It's just you can't really unveil what nature is because it's always trying to unfold something new to you. You'll always, the more you know, the more you don't know. And you don't know what you don't know. If you catch my drift.
It cannot be understood because its very nature is this process of evolution, this process of movement, this process of unfolding. You can't find a root because there is no root. It is just unfoldment in its essence.
Mm-hmm.
No one has unveiled me. I love that.
I was gonna say, is it not maybe possible because it's nothing? So it's kind of like you can't really it's something that you can never like find out. It's infinite because it's nothing. So you would get to degrees, that's each person's degree of consciousness expanding and expanding. You continue expanding because you're limitless and there's no ending to it. But coming to realizing and accepting that when you're in a physical form, I think that's the hard aspect. And the fact that when you're not in the physical form anymore, the fear of non-existence, of death, I think that's where the issue is. So in some sort of way, accepting and letting go, detachment from all things is the only solution.
The fear of death, the fear of non-existence
No longer having to be in this physical body, because the only reason that that's why I think they say the ego is necessary, but you have to be the one in the driver's seat. If I know that I'm not this body and I'm not this physical material body, then I know that I am just space, nothing. And even when you watch crystallized humans that have reached crystallized light, and they show you their bodies, you definitely, when they do reveals, you definitely see everything is just light. There is no form. There is no form. Black, white, yellow, Mexican, red, whatever. There is no form at all whatsoever. So it's kind of like no matter what, the only thing is the consciousness that exists in that light, and the fact that the yin and yang, the dark part, which has to do with, like we were talking about, the sun shining down and things taking form in the shadowy aspect. So I think that's why they say it's an illusion, because it's a mirror effect. I'm just, the things I'm saying is just from the understanding of how I've put everything together in my head, not like I'm giving a definite, but from all the things that I've gathered left, right, and center, that's what I came up with.
I mean, you ain't wrong.
No.
Especially when you say limitless, that's a very big key, I would say. So and you also spoke about the mirror, because even when we think down to, like, if we was to go down to like a cellular level, you start off as one cell and then you split into two. So yin and yang, if we look at the yin and yang symbol with the two fish and the dot in the middle, if we take those two dots, right, those two opposite dots and the opposite fish, and we was to cancel the other color out, it would be one. But it wouldn't be like white or black. It would just be, like you said, nothingness, but it would be limitless. It's not bounded to either fish. And then also, yeah, just going back to like cell division, it's split into one. One splits into two, and then those two individual ones split into two themselves. Then it becomes 4 and 8, 16. Then you get the zygote and the fetus and all that. So it's always growing, and your cells are always multiplying and also dying at the same time. So it's like the equilibrium of it all. Oh, going back to bingo, and then we bring it right back to Tiphareth. It's just equilibrium, the harmony. So, I kind of lost my train of thought.
Harmony,
but equilibrium. So the higher self is supposed to.
You got some synchronicity in the chat, apparently. Could you tell me what book you mentioned that was with Manly P. Hall and the that encyclopedia, or the
what is that? I let that motherfucker borrow my shit. I never got it back.
I mean, P. Hall, and that's the Mystery of the Grand Man and the Grand Mystery.
No, it's like I'm about to search it now. It's this big ass book too. Secret Teachings of All Ages.
Secret Teachings of All Ages. I should have that.
Yeah, thick ass book. And he kind of just go on. I think he might even have little tidbits on Sumerianism, Freemasonry, Judaism. Like, he got some on everything, and it's not huge, extensive
dry reading
selections. Yeah, it's just nice and composite. So it's like it just starts you off, and then you go search it on your own, or you use that book based upon some other books you got and just kind of just seek little as a use it as a reference. It's a pretty decent book.
Somebody in the chat said they just bought that book.
Yeah, they gonna like that, John. But I think once they really start getting into it, they fuck around, let somebody else use that and just get to diving deep into something else. Shit, I'm in this don't reading the damn Art of War again.
Nice.
But yeah, that book is pretty decent.
Yeah, I'm about to get the Secret Teachings of All Ages. I should have been had that. Like 2
Man, I
years
sent
ago.
you up to like 120 pages a day. God damn.
Yeah. That was an extremely good book. I don't know if you were there for that part of the Thursday meeting, but the reason I was able to do that was because I put myself under hypnosis. And yeah, it was to read, not only read, but also to retain what I read. And shit, it worked. The next day I tried without doing the hypnosis, the spell, and it didn't work at all. I tried the next day, and I got the same results. So I figure I'm gonna have to put that spell upon myself every time I sit down and study.
Nice.
People got to I don't know, maybe people don't have to, but what I'm learning is that psychology I'm not studying anything different when I'm learning about Qabalah or
Right.
hypnosis or NLP. It's the same subject.
It really is. I was reading Robert Greene's The Laws of Human Nature earlier today. And he got to talking about the higher self and the lower self, and he was speaking exactly. So it got like right in alignment with Tiphareth or the spirit Tiphareth. And it was like, well, you got to master that animal lower. He said you got to master the animal self, the emotional self, yes, sir, and just to reach to your higher self. And your higher self is not as strong as the impulses that you feel from your animal malkuth to your emotional self, yes, sir. And I was like, damn, this so, and I never liked 48 Laws of Power because I used to read the Jesuit book, I think by Baltazar Gracian. I read his little book on aphorism. So most of the stuff that Robert Greene was inspired by, I had already came across that. So I didn't like that book too much, but I love Mastery and The Laws of Human Nature. Those are fire.
Yeah. Powerful, man. Jesuit. What was that one called? Do you remember?
Baltazar Gracian, The Art of Worldly Wisdom.
Damn, I wasn't supposed to buy any books this week.
I think that one was like $13 at Barnes and Noble. I had them reprint it for me, but if I'm not mistaken, you might be able to just find that online as a PDF. But if you prefer the papers,
I actually
because
think
I
I'm
like to highlight it.
I can remember the Manly P. Hall one, but I'm gonna have to type this one in and at least add it to my list.
Oh, go! It's a great site. I know. It's called www.sacredtext.com, and they got like just a whole entire database of just incredible books. They got the Talmud. They got a book. They got something called the Book of Shadows, and I think that's where I started my journey. Even before I started purchasing, spending thousands on books.
Right.
I really like books, man. I'm still printing books myself. I'm printing and I'm buying books. I can't escape from that. How do you call it? www.secrettext.com.
Sacred Text, so that's SACRED-TEXTS.com. Oh, I gotta put it in the chat too. I'm gonna do that.
Oh yeah, the sacred text. Yeah, you're right.
Sacred Text.
But that art of worldly wisdom is pretty cool, especially when you know the history of the Jesuits, how they had to like all they study is astrology, mathematics, and it's something else. But those is the main jumps, and that's all they study. And his book is just an easy read. He got them in nice little maxims, so it's like it's stuff that you just remember. But as you're reading it, it kind of encourages you to actually just go out like that. I take that book with me and I'll just people watch and just be watching motherfucker. I go to the mall and be like, man, let me see if I can assess, everybody that's around me, see if I can get their temperament and whatnot. But that's a nice little book to have just like in your pocket.
Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a physical. I'm gonna have to get a physical one.
Yeah, I had to get the physical. I had to get the physical too.
Just
like 300 of them jumps.
Wow. I mean, shit, that's like an ancient NOP book. I gotta get it. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. I love these talks. And I'm just constantly fucking excited to see other people who are passionate about this just like me. Like, geez.
Yeah, that's no bullshit. Because I had a moment earlier. I was like, dog, these motherfuckers. I see why and I hate to be like that, but I was like, I see why. If the corona or all that goofy shit really is nature, I understand why. A lot of these motherfuckers just really need to go get it done and do the Lord's work. Like you ain't really doing shit with your life and you're in the way. And nature's just gonna kind of just call all the goofy shit. But and it's not to say I'm wishing that or upon motherfuckers, but it's just like I would see if that was the case, it makes sense.
Right.
Motherfuckers just a waste of space.
You know.
But hey man, I don't want to bleed. So but if you want to change, somebody gotta bleed. I don't want to bleed. Shit, And I seen that page, Nature is Metal, that you subscribe to.
Oh
and
shit.
I was like, damn, I just like want to see. I want to share this with some vegetarians, man, so that they know. All that goofy spread love shit, it ain't real. If you see how a praying mantis get down, you would understand. Somebody gotta go.
The way he snatched that caterpillar off his back.
My nigga,
like a ninja.
Was crazy. It then went straight for the neck. I was like, oh yeah.
Yes. That's like switching to your alternate weapon. He just
just waiting. I was like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Nature, man. Nature is brutal. Very interesting.
That for hours.
See, we like to pretend we're so sophisticated and evolved and whatnot.
Right.
If you take these laws away, if you take this electricity away, we're gonna be acting just like that praying mantis. Some worse.
Way worse.
You see how bad these people are behaving now that they have wealth and so-called freedom. Just imagine. Just imagine.
Imagine if that show ain't come on Netflix and you ain't had no ice cream in that joint. Yeah, you be out doing the same thing.
Yep. It's up to the civilized man of the earth to keep it in order as it has always been.
Always.
As it has always been. The civilized man of the earth to keep things in order. That's what we're here for.
For real.
That's what we're here for. And to teach, oh damn, I don't want to say it. To teach the beast to be a man. Take it how you want it. I don't mean nothing towards nobody, but your behavior determines what you are.
Isn't that specific to everything?
What do you mean?
Anything in sense, behavior is what you are. Whatever you
Oh,
do,
yeah.
you are what you are. Because if you're the creator of your reality, then whatever you're doing is your reality. In all sense, your whatever you're participating, you have your free will, it's your choice. Not knowing that you're being manipulated with your free will, that's where the problem is, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because
I understand that.
because
But I
everything is
also
being
think
asked.
sovereignty is a journey, and it's like you got free will if you can attain to that, but that's something you actually got to work towards. And that's why, like, to an extent, that's why the zodiac was created by the some of those principalities. Because I always had this idea, like, when I used to read the Bible, I was like, you'll read and you'll be like, man, that sounds like horseshit. Because when I be sitting there in my little meditations, I be laughing my ass off at really fucked up things. And I'm like, I'm not convinced that God is actively participating in this. Because if you set up certain principles, then what do you need to partake in that for? That's just how you set it up. So, and life is a hierarchy. So it's always go from the top down, not from the bottom up. So it's just like Fight Club. Rule number one is there are no rules. The mind is all, the universe is mental. However, you still got to work up to that. So just like in Fight Club, rule number one of Fight Club, you don't talk about Fight Club. There's always got to be a secret, and we can't really get that up. So people think they got free will, but you actually have a contract with your environment the moment of your birth. You got a
Of
contract
course.
with your environment. You got a contract with your family.
Mhm.
All the things that they did, you end up going come across, but you got to make the decision. You actually got to actively use your free will to say, man, I'm not about to do that. So if your father was a trick and he sit there, he liked to chase pussy and stuff like that, you're gonna have to say, man, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna actually go take a step above.
I think that is
But free will.
the sorry, go ahead.
No, I was done.
I think that is the reasoning behind the whole self-realization thing. You know, you have to evaluate yourself. Anyone who wants to evolve in any kind of sense needs to be like, what am I doing that is not taking me further? Or what am I doing that is maybe causing an entanglement in my life? You always have to assess yourself in some sense. And for me personally, why I responded to what Travis said was in the sense that in every sense, your behavior, your mannerisms, your whatever, anything that you do in this physical realm is what you are. So regardless of whatever, definitely the moment you signed a birth certificate, you gave a lot of things away. But when you come to self-realization, then you know how to take your power back.
So check it out. We there's levels to it. There's levels to it. Take everything you just said, and also take what we're talking about with Tiphareth and the sun and the soul, and how the soul has multiple incarnations. So check it out. Take what you said and take what Junebug said. We talk about free will. Free will is something that has to be earned. It has to be fought for. You have to be conditioned out of animal nature. See, we don't know that we don't have free will. Everybody right now thinks they got free will, but I'm telling you, everybody does not. You know, a huge number in the 90 percentile, people don't have free will. Because here's the thing. Everyone's like, yeah, I have free will. I have choice. I have the choice to do what I want. Well, where did you get the want from? Right? Who told you what you want? How did you come to know what you want? Right? These things are made out of experiences that happened to you long ago. And it all boils down to that reptilian brain moving towards pleasure, moving away from pain. Until that is come to being realized at a very deep experiential level, like why the Franz Barton initiation of hermetics processes are so important, because you're breaking yourself down. You're breaking down these knee-jerk reactions. You're breaking down your habits. You're breaking down these thought patterns that you're not paying attention to. And when you start paying attention to them, you start to see, well, damn, I'm afraid of rejection. Because when I was young, my mama didn't pay me no attention, right? You start going back to the source of why you do these things, why you like what you like and don't, what you don't. It isn't until you really hit that point that you can start to take control and work from a place of cause and not of effect. And once you start working out of a place of cause and not of effect, now we can start talking about free will, because now you're accessing thoughts that are pure thoughts. And pure thoughts come from a place above animal behavior, above conditioning, above habit. Pure thoughts are channeled down from the divine. And it's very hard to see those pure thoughts if there's this thick layer of habits that are constantly around. Most people don't think. Most people just operate off habits. It's amazing. It's amazing that these habits can be influenced by simple triggers. Number combinations, letter combinations, color combinations. You drive down the street, you see yellow and red. What restaurant is that?
McDonald's.
Instantly. Saliva dripping in the mouth, salty ass fries.
I was about to tell them damn fries.
Why is this so? Who has done this to you? Little babies in McDonald's. Babies. What is free will? If you grow up, now you want McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I get your point. I get your point clearly. I think from my own perspective, this has a lot to do with individuality. But I would say your for the lecture part, you are absolutely correct. Because who did these things to you? How did you become attached to those things, etc.? But now from the inner standing perspective, and well, you know, if that's why I said from the lecture part, you're absolutely correct. And that's why I also started with this whole has to do with individuality. Like you said, most people, because they've not come to this enlightenment that we have. They have it in them, but they are so dumped down by those things because they didn't, you know, we or myself, we got to a point where we were like, okay, everything is all fuzzy. I don't know what is going on anymore. Then we decided to check out something else. I've always had it in me to check out something else, but I had to have that big bang that made me say, let me check out, because I knew. So that was a way to show me, like, if you didn't reach detriment, your inner self has been trying to connect to you since these days to let you see clearly. Because just before I discovered anything or whatever, I had a reading, and it was all about, like, you need to really calm down, because you're going to have an epiphany. And goddamn, this is a motherfucking epiphany, because I would have gone an entire life without understanding, like, you know, when you say yellow and red, yes, McDonald's, but normally, usually you just do things like that because since when you were younger, they take you to eateries, or you and your friends, the old thing you see on the TV, etc. So it's kind of like, oh, I'm going to go to McDonald's, or I'm going to go to this, I'm going to go to Disneyland. Like, those different zones of energies, you are there, but you don't know what I don't want to say, you don't know what is being tapped out of you when you're in those zones, and when you're participating, when you're giving your energy away, you're giving your money away, you're giving your money into this company because you feel like you need to be in that space to have a good time. And when I said when it comes to understanding it, now after giving the absolute correct lecture about it, is when you know everything is nothing, then you realize whatever you do in life, man, you're the generator and destructor. So man you're responsible for anything you see in your physicality, anything you do.
Yes.
So that was why when you said the statement you said, I was like, that is specific to everything. Except if you're an animal, then you don't have the consciousness that we have. But it's specific to anything. If you have unprotected sex, definitely something might happen. If you smoke cigarettes all the time, something might happen. Because I was just learning last night about how every human has cancer cells until when there's a disharmony in the energies, then it becomes a tumor, and then but you cannot exist without cancer cells. Even a baby has got them. And believe you me, I didn't get this information from watching a concrete a dedicated lecture or something. I got it from a dinner table from the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, and I was like, oh. And I noticed how the guy giving the information, everyone amongst them was completely lost because they are deep into the matrix. They have no idea of conscious conversations. But because I've been introduced to conscious conversations, I was able to understand what he was saying, even when he was talking about being followed, being chased, being the fact that he helps a lot of people heal and this and that. And then he has people that are always after him. The other participants in the show don't understand what he's saying, but when I've listened to people like Foster eBay, Young Pharaoh, etc., and I understand the other powers that exist in this world, I get the perspective of what he's talking about, which brings me back to what you were talking about. Like when you see something on television or from music and everything, you take what resonates in some sort of way to yourself. And that's because you're in tune with yourself 100%. But whoever is a zombie that just goes with whatever anyone says wouldn't even, anyone that cannot look further than the tip of their nose definitely wouldn't know that they don't have that free will like that.
Right, and that's what we're dealing with on a very massive scale. And look, everybody means well. Everybody wants the best, but just like nature is savage, reality is savage too. Really. Wow. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Spooked the guy out this week with that, your thoughts aren't yours type of stuff. Because he was talking like I don't really get into political too much because I just think it's a play anyway, but like wrestling. But he's like, well, you don't vote and you're supposed to be conscious or something. And I'm like, well, like the whole, I know what's going on because, I said, well, before he could get to it, I knew where he was going. I said, well, here's the thing, everybody's programmed. I said, if you ask 20 Negroes, why they vote, 17 of them are going to say, because they died for us to vote, right? So I hit it before he got there, and it stopped and made him think, man, like that was going to be his response too. So at least gave him something to think about.
Yeah.
But, just control the thoughts that you're going to be bombarded and influenced with something, but control what you're going to be influenced with.
One thing I wanted to mention was something I learned in a class during this week as well, was talking about how, most people around us aren't really human. They might appear to be, but they really aren't, because as at this particular moment in life, there's only 144,000 who've transmuted. So it's kind of like, who really are the humans with the real soul? Do we know ourselves? How well do we know? Yes, there's masses, there's millions of people in the world. So if you imagine the population of the world right now, and out of the population of the world, you only have 144,000 who's transmuted. And that's because a lot of us, yes, we are on the path and everything, but yes, some things have happened along the way. Definitely some will reincarnate. Okay. But at the end of the day, that figure of millions of people around the world, not everyone really is. There's so many hybrids everywhere.
Right. I mean, but look, so I don't want to get too much into things that is very difficult to to back up with my own experience, because there's no real way for me to tell. But when you start looking at the words, that's one way to break into it. You know, for example, what is a human? What do we define as human? What is artificial intelligence? Because if you ask me, there's a fine line between what we think of artificial intelligence and most of these people that are walking around on autopilot. Artificial intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
That's, something to think about as well. According to the Alan Turing test, the way that a machine can qualify as artificial intelligence is if a person communicating with a program can't tell the difference of whether or not it's a program or a person. And I think that every app has passed that test at this point, as well as video games. How many of these multiplayer games are we playing that we think we're playing against a bunch of people, but sometimes so they generate, algorithms. Our minds have been mapped to algorithms. It's already done. And I'm not talking about some fancy laboratory with a bunch of machines. I'm talking about a science, right? Your mind is mapped down to an algorithm, right? We think that we're special little snowflakes, but our minds have down to algorithms, right? So this isn't mastery of, you know what I'm saying? It's deep. It's deep. It's deep. We got to, if we want to get deep, we got to look deep. But that can be hard if we don't have a good idea what deep is, because there's so much confusion out here and so many people who are confused that are, sitting in the teacher's chair, confusing everybody else. But, follow that voice of intuition on the inside.
Exactly. I was going to mention that.
Everyone's got something to say, right?
Everybody.
A lot of us who are curious, we don't know what to listen to, so we just go along with this, that, and the third. But just like what we talked about in today's chapter of the higher self, it's not something that you get in voices or in visions. It's this intuition that you got to trust. You got to learn what your intuition sounds like. It's not, listen to anyone who's ever talked about their intuition, and this goes for everybody, not just you. When we deal with our intuition, it's not always a voice. It's not always a vision. Sometimes it's this, the best way to describe it is a feeling. You just know. It's a know.
Right.
Exactly.
You walking down the street and somebody's coming towards you, like you just know something. Right?
It's kind of like when they tell you dogs can sense you, or like an animal can sense, your intention. Yes. It's kind of like that, which is what binds us all together here. That was what I was trying to say. Like, how do we know who is who? Because what makes us keep tuning in, what makes us keep believing and following our path here all together as a group, both with the group on YouTube, which has a huge following, is because the intuition, the information is pure. We know it's undiluted. Now, there are several versions and several expansions of it anywhere, but in here, we are a selected number of individuals that are actually in sync with each other. Not in sync with each other on the superficiality, but in sync with each other with this pure consciousness that we are all attaining. So it's not like, that's what I was trying to tell you on Thursday. To me, it's not Travis speaking. It's the source that is speaking through Travis. Because, light is not just going to appear right in front of you speaking to you. It's going to take a form to transfer the message onto you, using everybody in here, from Jason to Junberg to Ahmad, everyone, each and every one of us. So what makes it work for us is that intuition, that even if the person isn't saying even if the person's expression, each person developing their throat chakra at a particular level, but then everyone is able to grasp the idea of what that person is expressing. So it brings us to the fact that we know we're in the truth zone. When you hear something that it's not facts, no matter how sugar-coated it is, immediately something goes on within you that lets you know, what is that? I don't think so. But all the self-sabotaging and self-doubting made doubt of whatever we're listening to anyway, which is the reasons why when I get these informations that are it's not what we're discussing in here, but they are very pertaining to it. And the basis of all these lectures are the same exact things that we're learning in here. So it's kind of like having the opportunity to have the visuals, the practice and the theory at the same time. So for me, intuition is what makes you the human, actually. I believe intuition is what makes you know that you exist, that you're something. Now, not being in that intuition is when you become a zombie. And then you're just like a sheep and follow around because you don't have your own inner guidance.
Inner guidance, right. We all do have, like you said earlier, we all do have an inner guidance. We just always don't listen to it. We just don't always follow it. So even as I said, the human mind is mapped out into different algorithms, which means that if you do certain things before a human being, they will respond in a certain way. This is literally mapped down to a science that can be studied and performed with repeated results, right? If someone approaches you with a particular pattern of speech, it will have an effect on your mind. It'll have an effect on your brainwaves, right? We've discovered that human beings constantly are seeking a state of trance. It's our natural state. We want to be in trance. We were as kids always in trance, and as we became adults, we had to get accustomed to the real world, and we hate it. We don't like it. We have an aversion to it. So we are constantly seeking trance, whether that's just zoning out, whether that's coming home after a hard day's work and going straight to the fridge and look, even though you know nothing's in there. Every trance produces a result within. Every trance makes you feel a certain way, This is why some people are sex addicts, because when you're having sex, you're not thinking about your problems. You're getting that serotonin, that dopamine, and you're doing something that feels good. It's a trance. Watching TV is a trance. Scrolling through Instagram is a trance. That feeling when you're getting likes and comments on your posts is a trance. And we do things to repeatedly achieve those trances. And when you understand that this is how you work, this is how all of us work, you can start to move a bit more smoothly, because first of all, if you don't know that, then you are being tossed to and fro in different trances. Tossed to and fro. You see an ad on TV or you see an ad on your phone, and now you're in a trance to go buy that thing because they stimulated you, because they stimulated your primal urges. Now you're ready to buy something, spend some money on something, and we just don't understand, But use that same trance desire for your benefit, You can, like we do with these rituals, you can put yourself in a trance to work harder, to read more and retain the information that you read. You put yourself in a
Yeah.
trance, it makes great
To
art.
detoxify yourself.
And it's all done by paying attention, being aware of right now. That's why meditation is still so important. There's no getting away from meditation. Gotta do it. Gotta sit down and be still. Because if you're not, you're in a different trance.
I believe it's not even about the duration of the meditation. It's, even if it was for a minute, it's how you could recollect with your entire self. It's really about that. But it's hard for most people, yes, even myself included. Some days it's easier, some days it's tough. Some days it's not even like you have anything you're going to do, but just because no matter how you try to uncloud your head, you just have some things in mind. And then at the same time, you're still present. You don't want to plan ahead to avoid disappointments, but you have to just plan in faith. Just put it out there, jump on that timeline, but then don't, how will I put it? Don't try to see the results. Don't focus on how it's going to turn out. Just do it like you planted something somewhere and take your eyes off it. Then I think people will start manifesting. We will be able to manifest limitlessly. But being able to sit still, it depends on the actual mood of that day. And being in this physical realm, and you have to do physical things, and you have to deal with.
You said it depends on the mood of that day. What is a mood? A mood is a trance.
Yeah.
So we're always in trance. The trance shouldn't determine what you do. You should determine the trance. If you're letting the trance determine what you do, you see what I'm saying? We don't realize that we're in states of trance. And if we don't realize that, we're always at the mercy of these trances and the things that
So it's kind of like you should look at it like, okay. You should look at from a visual perspective, it's kind of like you're being drawn into something, and then you should be so aware to know where that thing is taking you to. If it's beneficial for you, stay in it. If it's going to be detrimental, hop out of it real quick.
Yeah. What's this, like Iceberg Slim and different pimps, they have a phrase where they say, all I do is rest and dress. Rest meaning I just, in a way, it's rest is saying meditate, and dress is saying you got to dress the part. So whatever it is they want to do, or where they want to be, or how they want to get some, they sit there and just think about it all day. Probably wouldn't even leave the house. And then when it came time to sit there and do the leg work of manifestation, they get dressed apart and then go out and go and see whether or not they can go and obtain that object that they desire. So it's like when you say meditation is a key, it really is. If you can't sit still long enough, how you supposed to know what you want? And if you become a servant to necessity, you'll never really necessity is a servant to providence, and providence is divine order. But if you find yourself becoming a servant to necessity, the thing about slaves, the shadow side of a slave is a tyrant. So you will never actually get out of that servitude. So you got to be able to sit there and separate yourself from the hustle and bustle of, doing this and doing that. And you just got to sit still and be like, okay, I want this, that color, and I want this, that color on this day. And I want it when there's a sale going on. And this is exactly what I'm aware and how I'm going to feel. The trance is how you dress yourself up on the outside. So now you're saying, this is what I want to feel when I go and do this. Dan Pena, the little, $50 billion man, he said even before he ever had a Rolls Royce, he would take his wife to the Rolls Royce dealership and they would just sit in the cars all day. They just sit in the cars and just imagine themselves driving it around. So it's like you got to practice it even before you actually do it.
Yes. Fuck yes.
You gotta visualize it before you. I like your take on it, because it kind of elaborates meditation in this kind of equipping yourself, building up the courage, building up the, I wouldn't say building up the suspense, but kind of like visualizing it, whatever it is. It could just be summing up the courage to go to work and have a fantastic day with clients, or it could just be like mentally preparing yourself for like a test or something, you know, whatever you want to manifest at that particular point in moment in your life. So your explanation really highlights meditation like as a backup, you know, as a backbone, some build up your spinal cord, really.
Right.
It weighs.
And I'm glad you said spinal cord, because you was talking about the 144,000, and not just being at certain individuals as the elect. The 144,000 is the various lymph nodes that go up and down your spinal column. So you yourself are the 144,000. You should go Google that, but you actually have 144 different nodes, and each of those nodes have its own little groupings that makes it 144,000 different nodes all along your spinal cord. It's like the Bible is nothing. The Bible and things like that, it's not really saying there's going to be this many people do that, but it's all just speaking of you. That's your biography, if you catch my drift.
I understand
it's a
you
whole book
perfectly.
about you. And anything you read, if you want to decode something, like if you want to decode a movie or any book for that matter, always put yourself in there and then apply it to current times, and you'll figure the entire story out. Even if it seems like it has nothing to do with you. Like it could be a book about the little farmer boy and the alchemist by Paulo Coelho, Santiago. I started once I was reading that book, like in
when you
high
can
school.
identify with the characters.
No, it's not even trying to identify. It's just saying I am Santiago. So instead of even just saying, like if it's the narrator saying Santiago did this, you just start saying I did this, and you'll start to decode it based upon your own experiences.
Yes.
Or the idea of your experience, because you are not your experiences. Nothing in life is really. It's not. These are just things that's happening, but a lot of that is due to the precession and the movement of the stars and planets in the sky. So you basically just have to observe your surroundings rather than sit there and try to actively be a part. You only want to be a part of what you decide, going back to the free will and sovereignty piece.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with you.
Also relates to why we look, well, certain people, I know I do this as well, why we use certain characters or symbols or sigils, and we put ourselves in the place of those things, right? When we see a story, like just what you said, you know, when you see yourself as that son of the story, right? That central character, and have these transformational experiences happen to you, they neurologically have figured out there's this monkey see, monkey do phenomenon, that when a human being sees something and associates himself with it, it's just as good as it happening to him. You know, you can sit and watch something, and if you watch it intently enough, your body will start to have physiological reactions to what you're observing. You know, so that tells me visualization is an extremely powerful thing.
Huge.
And he got a Rolls Royce.
Oh man, he got water over. That nigga got a castle.
Jeez.
Yeah, damn.
There's things that I've been working on. All of them haven't come to pass yet, but many of them have. Still got many to go. It works. It works. It works. You got to use all those submodalities: visual, audio, kinesthetic, gustatory. What's the other one? Olfactory. As you can see, it takes being able to sit down and tune in to self. And that's the one part that people seem to run away from.
Mm-hmm.
One crux of the whole thing is sitting down, going
Because
within.
most people can't tolerate themselves. Everybody's putting up a front, and it's so much of it that when the real ones show up, you don't, it's too many frauds around. But at the same time, it's not too many frauds around. You should just learn to focus on you, because at the end of the day, you're the main character. You're the one. So go do your thing. Don't limit yourself, because what makes you feel, I had to come to that understanding. Those people you might consider as competitors or maybe hindrances are just triggers within yourself, because you feel like you might be hindered by something. But at the end of the day, there are so many rules in life as well, and so many things that go on in day-to-day life that you just can't overrule people, So at some point in time, it's kind of like, to be completely sovereign in this reality is completely not wanting to participate in anything at all. And if you don't participate in anything at all, then you've got to find the best alternative for you to earn a living, knowing fully well that suicide is not an option. Because you can't decide that, okay, now it's all bullshit, and no, now you've got to make things happen for yourself. And how do we do that? By meditating, sitting still with self, not losing hope, keeping focus on certain things that we wish to realize and manifest. It takes courage, a lot of courage and belief.
I've once thought about suicide, but then I was like, who's to say two horny motherfuckers won't get together and pull my dumb ass out the heavens again?
Oh my God.
Oh man.
But it's good to know, and it's good to be aware. It takes away the anxiety, I believe. It takes away that that buzz feeling of uncertainty, when you just embrace it, like, okay, whatever comes, whatever goes. Just be unbothered about it. Be active in your thinking, of course, but just be unbothered about the rest, because too much.
It looks like my phone battery is dying, and I need to transition to something. I would like to ask, see, we got two people that's been here from the beginning, ain't really say much. Dustin, I saw him. How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. I'm at work. I'm just listening.
Okay. I got you. And it looks like Miss Ida just dropped out before I could ask her if she had anything. All right. Yeah. Yeah. There she is. Firewater. Firewater. GP, are you with me? Oh yeah, we have a church meeting going on. GP, are you with? I promise the stump, nothing but the stump. It ain't over. It ain't over. Stump. All right.
Yeah, Firewater might have stepped off for a second.
He's messaging me. No, I guess she might have an issue with her mic. In the chat, someone is asking Neckbone if he has ever heard of oxtails. Nice. Oh yeah, Hecate. So I see you finally got those books. You got the magical paths. You got the other one. What was that small square thing that you had? I missed that.
Yeah, the machine that you use to count the pages, the little square.
Oh, okay, that's what you got.
You told me to the handhold tally counter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got him, man. I got him. I'm about to start getting into some real business here.
Oh yeah. They say what is measured is managed. So
yeah,
I keep track of how long I read, and I keep of how many pages I read. And now I'm starting to keep track of how many pages I read within that time frame. And I guess I look at it like going to the gym, you know. I'm just trying to shave off what hinders me and maximize it.
well, it also help you the easy PDF, right? The easy PDF reader. It's like I did send you the link already. It's like a voice, a female voice that it helps you to read as well. You can download any type of book through her, and she reads. Yeah, she reads with a certain speed as well. So you're reading, she's reading, and you'll be able to see how fast you read the pages. But you also retain. I'm telling you, we use this in textbooks. Like nurses and medical people, we use this. We read with that with easy PDF. I think. Wait, hold on. Let me just get the name because I confused this girl with easypdf.com.
It's got a lot of voices. It can even do accents and things like that.
Yeah,
I think it's a good idea, but it ain't for me.
Okay, the easy PDF reader. That's the name of it. So
I was using it about 1.5 years ago.
When
we was getting into the psionics stuff. I was using it for those Charles Cosimono books, and nah, I can't do the robotic voice. I can do it.
Ah, okay.
PDF is hard enough. But yeah, let me know how this goes for you, because I think it's really cool. It gives that tactile sense of reference and progress. You know what I mean? You can see what you've done instead of just having to think about it.
Yeah, you make a goal with that.
After every page, you know.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna try to break 100 again tonight. Not try. I will do.
Let's start. I'm about to do the same thing. I need to finish these books, bro. I am halfway a certain books. I'm like, what is this? Here and there. Let's just finish this book so I can start something new. Like, I have so many good books up there. I'm like, I need to start reading new knowledge. Yeah.
Right. And for anyone who is interested in, well, I don't know if I should share it, but shit, I made a promise a long time ago that I'll share everything that has helped me if it helps someone else. I mentioned that I did a hypnosis to help put me under a more intense focus to read and comprehend, retain what I was reading. And you may find that book on Amazon if you so desire. This is what it's called. It's got some pretty cool stuff in it. But you know, none of this stuff is gonna work unless you take it seriously. And just in case you do get it, the particular trance induction that I used on myself was chapter 6, the induction of eyes open, alert, waking hypnosis. The thing about hypnosis, it doesn't matter if you agree to it or not. It's literally keywords and a pattern of speech cadence. So the more that you learn how to do it on yourself, the more aware you can be when it's employed elsewhere. But you know, if that's your thing, go for it. If not, then don't. Tree Marie says, added to the list. I know you're gonna get it. I know you're gonna read it. I promise the stone, the whole stone, nothing but the stone. Oh man. Then y'all have to have like a church routine. I remember when I was in church as a kid, they made us like come up with this whole routine. Cheesy. All right, so Apex Legends has a new season that's about to start in like 2 days, and I got a battle pass that I paid $10 for that I need to go ahead and use, so I'm gonna and get my points so that I get my little skins and my little loading screens and my weapons and get ready for this new character. So yeah, man, I'm about to peace out. Junebug, appreciate the content that you brought. You hit me with a few things that I didn't expect. I'm definitely gonna get that Manly P. Hall book. Ifideo also, I appreciate the insight that you brought. Helps to bring some balance to what's going on. I know Ananya's gone, but I always love her questions. Yeah, man. Does anybody have anything else? And shit, of course, Veronica, you know I love you twice a week and more.
See ya. See ya. See ya. See y'all.
Nah, man, this was great.
And of course, everybody in the chat, appreciate you guys. Tree Marie, Alchemy Gold, Stray Panther, J.O., you know what I'm saying? Neckbone, have you heard of Oxtail? Steve, appreciate you. Gerald Songbright, if you're still in here. Who else we got? Same old me. Welcome aboard. I hope you learned something today. I mean, I don't see how you could not.
All right, Travis. Take care. See you Thursday.
All right.
Bye, everyone.
All right, Ifideo. All right, Trav.
All right.
See y'all next.
Peace out, Dustin. Jason, you got to pass it next time, man. Amar, have a good afternoon. Mo Blah, a little bit late, but good to see you as always. Evo7, Hassan Wise, thank you for your comments. But yeah, you know, of course I can't possibly name everybody, but I appreciate you guys. Thank you for coming. And I think that it's time to go ahead and wrap it on up. Yep. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you guys. Peace.